Good morning, world. We are broadcasting live from Helsinki XR Center and ready to give you Match XR 2020, our annual XR conference, meetup, and expo that brings together the Finnish augmented and virtual reality professionals and enthusiasts. My name is Santeri Suominen, curator here at Helsinki XR Center, and on behalf of the whole Match XR 2020 team, I bid you welcome to spend this day with us. This year, due to extraordinary circumstances, we are ready to deliver a fully virtual program in AltspaceVR and streamed in YouTube. Our mission today is to experiment and rethink the fundamentals of what a virtual event is and could be in the future. The virtual expo area of Match XR consists of 17 unique virtual worlds created by our partners, which can be explored freely throughout the day. Also, staying true to Helsinki XR Center's core cause of fostering and supporting the Finnish augmented and virtual reality industry, we are proud and happy to present 20 speakers from different areas of Finnish XR. These individuals and their organizations operate on the highest levels of innovative business, education, art, and science. So big thanks to our speakers and partners for making it happen with us. We hope that this will be a fascinating day for everyone. And now, without further ado, let me introduce our guest of honor to officially open Match XR 2020. Here is the Mayor of Helsinki, Jan Vapaavuori.
Good morning, world. Also, on behalf of me and the city of Helsinki, I'm very happy to be here today to open this event. This event actually has all my favorite things: startup companies, innovative individuals, cool new gadgets, and a promise of something big in the future. This event gives Finnish extended reality companies a chance to connect globally and even shine globally. I'm happy to hear that there's also a large international audience at this event, and for them, this event will certainly offer a unique opportunity to meet and experience the professionals of the Finnish extended reality field in a meaningful way. The event is full of interesting speeches, panel discussions, and presentations that I hope you will learn from and enjoy. Up until last winter, we were all quite certain that the biggest digitalization leaps in our organizations would be made by our CTO or CIO or CDO. Turned out, the leap was made by the COVID. We have leaped into and embraced digitalization in a speed of light because we had to. But digitalization, of course, was profoundly changing society much before the pandemic. In fact, I believe that digitalization might have a more profound impact on our lives than industrialization. Digitalization will have an impact in everything we do. Helsinki's mission is to be the most functional city in the world. Functionality in this day and age in so many ways means increased digitalization. Helsinki is also a startup city, and part of that is certainly due to the fact that we are so functional and that we value digitalization. According to many studies, Helsinki startup scene is the most connected startup community in the world. I often say that it makes sense to come to Helsinki. Helsinki is small enough to be a testbed for new innovations, but large enough to deliver scalable results. In the future, we also want to grow in size, not just in the size of corporations, but in size of impact, responsibility, and influence. This is why we need the best talent and innovations to make Helsinki their home, and talent and innovation is something you will see quite a lot of in this event. Especially the gaming sector is thriving in Helsinki. The likes of Supercell and Rovio have helped spur scores of new Finnish gaming companies as well as companies in the VR/AR sector. We know these are sectors that will continue growing strongly in the coming years. The competence of the gaming industry combined with the exceptional startup scene makes Helsinki fertile breeding ground for new businesses. The city of Helsinki is proud to be a partner of Helsinki XR Center. Through the City of Helsinki Innovation Fund, we support the work being done here. The City of Helsinki has also taken an active role in making virtual reality through different events. This May, we celebrated May Day, or as it is called in Finland, Vappu, in an exceptional way. We had an online celebration which culminated in a virtual gig by the band JVG. The event attracted a peak audience of 1.4 million Finns. The City of Helsinki also has a digital twin in virtual reality. It has been created by Zoan, and you can find it at virtualhelsinki.fi. Dear friends, when a layman thinks of virtual reality, he or she often thinks of the entertainment applications of VR. The truth is, however, that is not the sector that most will be revolutionized by virtual, mixed or augmented reality. Through virtual reality, we will see major leaps in medical training and the preparation for medical operations. Militaries are using virtual reality to train soldiers for bomb disposal, and companies can recreate risky scenarios on rigs or factories or other high-risk environments. Education, architecture, construction, and the performing arts are all just some of the sectors that will be positively disrupted by virtual reality. And if we do think of virtual reality in the entertainment context, I can see only good things and opportunities ahead. I'm convinced that VR is not going to replace TV or cinema or any other forms of entertainment. Nothing will go away. People used to say that radio was the end of literature, or that TV was the end of radio, or that audiobooks would be the end of reading. Yet here we are, still reading, writing, listening to the radio, and watching TV. Finally, remember the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie Total Recall. In it, people could buy virtual reality memory implants of vacations. And as viewers would think, how silly, why would you want to go on vacation without actually traveling somewhere? But now that we've been stranded in a global pandemic for the last year, virtual vacations don't sound so stupid anymore, do they? Virtual interaction, virtual collaboration, and virtual development isn't science fiction anymore. It's the new normal. I think that there will be as many applications for VR as you can think of. The possibilities aren't restricted by technology or science or indeed reality. They are only restricted by our imagination. There are decades of innovation ahead. We are only at the very beginning. With these words, I wish you all warmly welcome to this important event.
Let's just look at the scene, the trend scene, where we are at the moment. How hot is the XR scene at the moment? Anyone who wants to start?
I can start by just looking at the numbers where we are. So if we just look at purely the volume of the headsets that are out there in the market and what the volumes this year is, depending on the estimates, it's something about 5 million, 5.5 million combined AR and VR devices. And if you compare that to smartphone sales, for example, which I think during this year, all the hardware sales have been lagging a little bit the previous years, but that's still going to go above 1.2 billion. So we're talking about 0.5% of that volume. So, and I guess the total installed base of AR and VR devices in the market is 25 million compared to 3.5 billion of smartphones. So we're still relatively small player in the world of gadgets, and most of them so far has gone into gaming and entertainment use cases. But I think that's about to change. But that's where we are today. So just to position the market, and I think there are good developments. We can talk about them.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really interesting. Also, we've been now looking into that this year. Like professional deployments have been like good deployments in the maybe 100, 200 type of volume deals. And but what that has kicked off is that now the discussions with the same companies and organizations have grown to be discussions about 1,000 deployment, 1,000 or 2,000, even up to like 4,000 device deployment. So it's like we are a bit on the exponential curve right now. So it's going to be really interesting how long that will last. And yeah.
Okay, Laura.
Yeah, I would like to, like our approach, we've been working, Zoan has been existing for 10 years and we've been mostly doing stuff for VR headsets. However, this year, the sort of the relevancy of headsets has really like, well, it doesn't like matter anymore for us. We still consider we are working within the XR sector, but the main channel to deliver our content has suddenly become like 2D. So basically we are creating virtual experiences, and we can see that, for instance, events and entertainment are very big drivers here. Like you want more cool content, you want to, you know, we need to get the maximum out of our Unreal engines and virtual production techniques, and that's what people really want. But the thing is that as long as people don't have a headset at home, even though Oculus Quest is doing a great job there, but it's still like it's such like a minimal number people have those at home. As long as they don't have it, so I think that we cannot just sit here and wait that people would go ahead and buy those VR headsets. We just need to figure out alternative ways to deliver the content, and that is what we have been doing, and that's where we see that the drivers are really there in the both in the business B2B sector, but also in like sort of entertainment.
Right. Olli, you want to comment? Or
so our view on the current situation and how it has affected and what are the trends is pretty much we saw from the Corona funding. I was part of that team that was applying Finnish companies to come over this issue that we are currently having. And the number of virtual events and external workspaces that people were asking the funding for, that pretty much skyrocketed. That was the number one. In a way, you could say that it was a nightmare come true for the VR scene, because there's like everything is pushing people to these virtual experiences and trying to find better collaboration tools, especially on the creative sector, that go beyond Teams or Zoom, which are pretty much like Morse code was for say, like communicating with other people. So there is a lot happening on the scene, and everything is pushing forward with this one.
Right, Jussi, you still want to comment?
Yeah, sure. So I laid the scene with the low unit numbers and comparison to smartphones. But I think what's changing here, and why Laura is talking about 2D becoming the distribution method, is that and that was basically probably the reason why Varjo was founded, was that the devices themselves have not been really to the level where the experience would be great. The resolution and the performance of the devices for many years have been lacking. But what has changed recently is that now, Laura mentioned Oculus Quest 2, which is a great example. Quest 1 already brought the first generation of standalone devices with the affordable price point without the need of the computer to tether the device. And that's bringing the overall cost of ownership for VR experiences down. And at the same time, now that generation 2 is bringing a lot higher resolution, better performance, and better usability in terms of lightness and wearability. So I think that sets a very important kind of milestone in our area, where this, with the affordable price of compared to smartphone, any company can basically purchase these devices to their employees and allow those more immersive experiences and level of collaboration around the world versus the kind of relatively limited 2D tools that they have been using so far. So I see a lot of potential with the technology development that we're seeing, which also helps on the total cost of ownership.
Yeah, Urho, turn on your mic.
Yeah, so one of the things that you were asking for some concrete examples, and we've been now collaborating with Kia quite a bit recently. And now when the COVID hit, Kia stopped being able to travel globally completely. And what that led to that they, like everybody else, did a digital jump forward. And they started changing their design review process completely. So before, they traveled from Frankfurt, which is where their design HQ is, every month to the main HQ in Korea, had a 1 week of discussions that typically led into 2 hours in a design review of the latest models. Great. So 1 week wasted on those travels for 2 hours of productive time. And now with the COVID, they really went forward and moved their processes to be done in VR. So what they're doing is that they're having now every week, or even sometimes every day, design review sessions between the sites using VRED. Unfortunately, they don't use Glue yet, but they use VRED, which is their visualization tool that they do all of the renders anyway in, that allows you to do even up to the level of real-time ray tracing on the models. They see each other there, they're able to talk, they're able to annotate, and they're saying that actually the review sessions have become more productive. And one of the quotes they gave to us was that it's actually easier than even setting up a Zoom session for them. Of course, they have set it up to be like super easy between the 2 sites, between 2 lab rooms. But still, it's telling it's telling a lot that they are really favoring this approach now, and it has actually sped up the things, just like everybody kind of of course, wants. And it's great when the most demanding use cases can be achieved with the immersive technologies. It's telling that so many of the more mundane things also get the similar improvement treatment as well.
Right. Olli, I would still like to hear a bit of since you've been looking at the Finnish, especially the Finnish AR and VR scene. You said that because of COVID, we have seen that there has been a lot of acceleration in that area as well. But can you elaborate a bit in terms of numbers of where we are in the funding scale or basically the ecosystem size?
Ecosystem size. I actually checked from Business Finland numbers just lately, like how much the growth of the XR industry has been in Finland. That's actually pretty hard to calculate, as the numbers also include companies like, say, Siili, Futurice, and others who also work in the VR scene, but their major income comes from other sources. So we are seeing all the time like a great growth there. So it's an interesting growth sector, but of course there is not a huge adaptation by the public yet. So that is the one thing we are looking for. So when I began at Business Finland 2 years ago, I was saying like, yeah, it's going to be a big market in 5 years. So I'll probably lower that number with at least 3 years at the moment.
Okay. Let's move on to really talking about the growth drivers and the startup scene. As our mayor Jan Vapaavuori just said in his opening speech, Finland is a great place for startups. We have a really vibrant ecosystem. We have had over 10 years of slush and money pouring in, and really great tech companies, really, adaptation, not always there, but still we're a small country. It's a nice place to pilot things and to start up a company. But if we look at the drivers for growth, there are several drivers that you need to actually build this kind of a area, like extended reality. We have so many things there: virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, B2C, B2B, games, content, all of that, and how the tech evolves in hardware stuff, and also the networks. So it's a complicated mess of how do you make this possible. So Olli, from your standpoint, if you look at the growth drivers, then what Business Finland is looking for, where do you put your bets in? What are the crucial growth drivers for this?
So currently people are complaining that now that we are missing these face-to-face meetups, that you're missing information. It's not so easy to collaborate with each other. But more I see this as limitations on features on the software that we have. Like you're missing face interaction. You cannot collaborate on the same paper with your colleague and so on. So what I'm actually really interested about is the change of the mindset of the developers. You are not actually trying to imitate what is available in the real world, but actually what is the possibilities of having no limitations. Like we are getting 5G, we are getting extremely fast internets. Our resolution of the devices is growing. 6 dimensions of freedom is pretty old news already on VR. So there are a major amount of tools you can develop. There is possibilities of new softwares, new ways to think about how people actually communicate. So those are what we are mostly interested about. What is the virtualization of reality in the near future?
True. Urho, since you are working on the professional side, and I think Vapaavuori referred to also medical and really interesting places where we really get serious, because VR has been mainly about gaming and entertainment. But now you're talking about like really high level educational material and training yourself for something really serious. Do you see that market now is opening up because of you, but also because of demand? Hey, your microphone.
I never learn. Yes,
Keep
absolutely.
it open.
Absolutely. So it's one of the areas that there is huge demand to change the age-old practices in the training and simulations domain, and it's one of the areas that, for example, in aviation side, now the regulatory changes are happening, which will allow much faster pace of change to happen in a couple of years' time. In the meanwhile, the military sector or defense sector is moving unregulated, obviously. So they're moving at a significantly faster pace. What we're seeing there is that it's not changing the way that pilots are getting trained, but what is getting trained is also changing at the same time. So firstly, the transition was to go from, for example, full dome simulation systems and do the training on smaller, less expensive systems like our headsets. But once that tide had swooped across the industry, then it started going to that, okay, great, what can we do differently now that we have this kind of fantastic technology? Just like Olli was saying that collaboration tools should not imitate what existed, but they should go beyond it. And this is happening now also in the training side. So you're starting to see that you don't train how to fly the plane, you're starting to train how to fly the next mission. And something that you become then much more prepared when you're actually doing the exact case that you would be doing. So, and this moves from hundreds of hours per pilot training into thousands of hours or tens of thousands of hours, because you will be doing more flying in the virtual environments than you will ever be doing in like real life. Of course, the ecological and economical savings are like insane when you think about that. When an airplane goes to the skies, it's going to be running at like tens of thousands of dollars an hour at that stage. So anything that you can save from that one is always like incredible opportunity. Then it's one of the things that these guys, again, on the defense side, have realized that when you simulate something, nobody's able to spy on you. So you can actually do exercises that you would never dare to do in the open. And again, then massive scale simulation systems. For example, what Bohemia Interactive is building, where you don't only like do this kind of simulation with like your wingman and a couple of people, but you're actually having even the soldiers in it, and the training can be like 20,000 people training some exercise that you would again never dare to do in the real life, because you would have too many spies watching our back at that stage. And those are the kind of like interesting things that also start combining that not everybody can instantly have a headset on. So a lot of these kind of cases are also utilizing that some of the participants participate into that virtual world with just a laptop, keyboard, and a mouse. So needs to be multimodal, and that's like that's the way it's always been. So you cannot expect that a single paradigm will prevail on everybody. You need to be able to supporting also the other modalities, like the phones, like the laptops, tablets, and so forth. And that absolutely must be true also for any kind of collaborative cases.
I think we're just learning that not just transferring what we have in 2D here in the real world or 3D. This is 3D, but in real world. But we have been transferring that to XR world. But I think that's really crucial point, that we find the new ways. How do we actually use this technology for something that we have not been able to do before? Laura, you have something. Put your mic on.
Yeah, I totally agree with that's not like replicating the reality, but really like creating something new. And I think that as I've been now involved in this XR sector for several years, I think that many also like, because Zoan, well, at Zoan, we are not backed up by an investor. We make our own money. So we basically need to sell everything we make. So I think that one crucial thing still here is to understand the client and the client's problem, and how, when client is the expert in what their problem is, and we are experts in how you can solve those problems within, with XR. So, just doing that discussion is still like very relevant, because I've seen like many XR startups, like they are like sort of building their own thing, but maybe not having that connection to the client and to the actual real life problems. And that is something that I also believe that has been really crucial, at least for us, but maybe also for other companies in Helsinki, that in Finland, there are many companies that are really open for dialogue and starting discussion and testing, trying out new things. And those have been, whether it be like our collaboration with Helsinki or some bigger industrial companies, those have been like really relevant discussions, and those help also like us to develop our processes and our products, but at the same time also open up the thinking of the client. And I think that that's been like, and it still is something that no startup should be like living in a vacuum and thinking that we're going to do the next big hit, but really like to start the dialogue with the actual client that might have the need.
Exactly. That's always the best point. And Jussi, you want to comment?
Yeah, I would like to comment. Olli talked about the need for having an environment where the engagement is similar to face-to-face, and how can that be done, and I think how this relates to growth and potential growth areas. One of our focus points on our technology is true presence, and you can see current iteration of our avatars on top of me, which in a virtual space create the feeling of presence through kind of engaging eye contact, as well as kind of the avatar gives some expressions and some non-verbal communications. But combining technologies like AI, one can take that to a totally another level, including facial expressions. Urho mentioned that the next week there might be some releases coming out from Varjo, so stay tuned. Something interesting is coming into this space soon, also from us, in terms of how the level of engagement can be enriched with the technologies like AI in the avatar communication. Well, in terms of looking at the kind of what could drive the growth, I think the Corona situation has brought a lot of interest of us, these types of platforms like Glue, and there are maybe more than 70 different competitors that we are seeing in the market. So that's a huge growing area. I think what's becoming clear is that after the initial 3 months of shock with the Corona for every business, very recently, for the past 3 months, past 4 months or so, a lot of companies have been programmatically testing these platforms out. And what's going to drive growth for us in 2021 is that some of these rollouts will start to go in scale. So we're seeing that what we have built is resonating well, and it's competitive in the market, mainly because of this true presence part, which is so crucial in kind of substituting the face-to-face meeting. So I think from the VR, what VR can do in terms of adding value and solving real customer problems is to create the feeling of presence.
Can you give an example of what kind of teams benefit most from your platform? What is the problem that they are solving that your platform really supplies the tools for them to succeed?
Yeah, excellent question. Jan Vapaavuori is talking about different paradigms that on the entertainment, radio, reading, audiobooks, and television, and none of them killing each other. So this is the case also for platforms like Glue. We're not going to fully replace instant messaging like Slack or even WhatsApp. Those have certain use cases where it's the most efficient way. Same goes for the phone call, same goes for the video conferences like this. But where the collaboration truly requires teamwork with the team of kind of 3+ members up to 20, those are the type of use cases. Depending on the industry, it can be workshop of some kind, daily stand-up for tech team development meetings. It can be a brainstorming. Innovation in general. I think what companies will learn if they have been only using 2D tools during the pandemic, that they will start to lack on the innovation activity if they haven't been able to create environments where the more engaging exchange of thoughts and discussions can be facilitated. We have had a couple of examples recently where, for example, Boston Consulting Group's IT arm, PCG Platinum, organized a hackathon, which is actually a recruiting event for them. They send out 50 Oculus Quest headsets around Europe for selected participants who joined over the weekend session, or sessions. They spent more than 500 hours in VR to bring their ideas together. And this type of activity where you're creating something new together with the people who you don't know before, matchmaking sessions. A lot of examples in many industries where this type of activity requires typically have been face-to-face before, but now difficult to do without the same level of engagement. So a lot of examples we're seeing in the market.
All right. I think we can all agree that this really awkward crisis pandemic has accelerated this industry areas as well. But and also I think we have now realized that that there are lots of things that we can do differently, or we can benefit from this. So it's accelerating the adoption, but also creating new ideas how to benefit from this new technology. But will this time hopefully will end. Is this good enough time for us to actually learn new skills and learn new ideas, how to maybe benefit from XR technology? What will be the final impact of this? Do you see that we go back to where we were, or what is your prediction? What will stay when we can finally meet each other again? Yes, Olli, go ahead.
All right, so what has been pretty much the theme we have been talking here is expanding the mental box, which is what is possible in the near future. And the more you try different things in VR, the more it enables those. So like Jan said, that we are coming for a new normal, and what it's going to mean. I think it's going to mean that people are going to look more critically about the business travels. Like Urho said, you can actually get more done with tools than what you can do in person on presence, and especially you can save time. Another thing is probably vacations. I miss traveling a lot at the moment, so I don't think virtual traveling will totally solve my issue. And also the home offices, like when we're talking about saving time, saving just 1 hour from a day per day for 300 days a year, it's going to be a huge change. And one thing I didn't mention before, when you introduced me and said you're fed up with VR, well, that's not entirely true. So
okay,
I'm not fed up with VR. The thing is just I have been playing around with VR so many years. Since Oculus Rift was just a cell phone and a duct tape, I've been using those devices since. And what brought me to the industry was pretty much that I love new stuff. I love seeing new things and new ideas and new things being born. And that was the thing I was starting to miss. Like I've seen all these different Beat Saber variations. I've done so many virtual roller coasters that it doesn't anymore run with me. What I'm actually missing is seeing new ways to use a great platform that gives you enormous possibilities. And
right, so this is like a new birth for you now. You had seen everything, but we are now on steroids, right?
Well, yeah, in a way we are in a steroids. This would be an awesome point for VR to exist, especially if it would be a bit further. The devices would be lighter. They would be enjoyable to use for like 5 hours a day or something like this. These are the things I'm really missing. I think there's some technical limitations existing, but.
Okay, Laura, you have a comment.
Yeah, I agree with Olli. It would have been nice if everyone would have had those light, beautiful VR glasses, but they didn't. But I still think that we are definitely not going back to where we came from. These kind of like hybrid things are here to stay. Like now when people have gotten used to like events, how convenient it is to join like this without the traveling and the hassle. So there is no way that we are going back to where we came from. And I think that the demand for these virtual experiences will become even bigger. And right now, as we've discussed, it might be Teams and Zooms, but once like we've been running like Pixel Stream sort of 3D conferences and all of that, and showing what new technology can do. So I think that the more people get to taste that, the more excited they get, and there's gonna be a demand for that. And then one day you might have those very light, beautiful VR glasses, and you just put them on and join the fun.
Yes, Urho, go ahead.
So I was just thinking about that. One of the topics originally was also about the 5G, and that's like very topical when we talk about like smaller and very comfortable, easy to use headsets. As really, as long as you're doing significant amount of compute on the headset itself, it will be quite heavy. 5G is one of the great enablers for, again, opening up the thinking completely how the compute should be done. And we have, for example, Finnish companies like Mainframe, who's looking at how does the cloud compute change the way that we could completely re-architect multiplayer games. And I do think it's one of the areas that companies moving early on now into that mindset of thinking will be in a great place in like a 5 years time or so. And We have been looking into that one quite a bit. Like Amazon chose us a year ago as their 5G edge compute VR partner, and we have been enjoying the fruits of that one significantly since then. And I do think that's going to be also changing quite fundamentally some of the core concepts in the collaboration in any kind of VR mixed reality environment. So looking forward to that tide sweeping through the industry in 3-5 years time, something in that domain.
Cool.
Yeah.
Jussi.
Yes, adding to what Urho said, definitely I think the vision that we are all seeing in the market is users having same quality of experience as Varjo can deliver today on their headsets with the tethered PC, but that actually being miniaturized to something that is easy to wear, powered with 5G and edge computing, where we can offload even some real-time rendering to cloud or edge to allow these experiences to be smooth and easy to use. So that's definitely where this is heading. But when it's going to be, I'm not sure whether it's 3 or 5 years, but that's definitely the direction. I think fundamentally what Corona has changed, like many large companies have allowed home office for permanently. So I don't think that we're going to go back to exactly the same thing that happened before, because people are seeing the benefits of home office and remote participation. There will be richer set of tools to allow us to do different things. None of these paradigms will necessarily go away, but there will be these new paradigms that will make it more engaging and easy to collaborate remotely.
Yeah, I think we can all, yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, I would just add to that. And then we also need to think that where the sort of the 15 years of today are, and a lot of them are in places like Fortnite or Minecraft or Roblox or places like that. And I think that that kind of like sort of spatial environment is something that is gonna like grow together with them. And in the future, the social media, the workplaces will be something like that. And that I think already today is something really cool that we've had a chance to explore with some of our clients, like what's it gonna be, like those sort of the future, whatever they may be, showrooms or those kind of spaces. So I think that we also need to think about those users that will be here in 5 or 10 years. What are their expectations for these kind of like virtual, interactions?
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny because we have always known that the customers or the people's needs are the biggest drivers, but now because of pandemic, we are now on steroids in terms of our core need to be with each other and meet with each other, work together, collaborate on things, enjoy life, and now sort of 5G. One of the enablers, but now thank God we have it. Thank God we have a lot of technology that is now moving very fast to this direction. So this is absolutely some sort of, in every crisis there's always the possibility issue, and I think we have basically technology is now thriving because of this pandemic, which is kind of sad, but also very, very good at the moment, because this will deliver something good for us all. But on a final note, very quickly from you all, 3 things that you feel that people must follow, and just tell whether it's talent or student or business owner or consumer, in which role people who are listening would sort of recognize what are the 3 things that we need to be looking at in terms of extended reality for ourselves. Urho, do you want to kick off?
Yeah, so I'd definitely say follow everything that Facebook is doing. It's going to be the future of consumer mixed reality technologies. Follow how they're advancing from VR towards mixed reality in very orderly fashion, and that will for certain have an impact on how we perceive the virtual realities also in the future. Like I use myself their pass-through quite a bit when I move around my house. So it does tell that the technology starts to be there also in the consumer space, not only in the high-end space. Also, don't neglect 5G. It's really fantastic technology. We're super happy having been collaborating with Elisa and now also with Telia in here. So yeah, those would be my picks.
Okay, Jussi, your picks.
Yeah, I think in general the technology is developing fast, both on the hardware as well as on the back end side. So good to keep up and see what's possible and what's becoming possible in this scene. I think I actually would say to all of those people what to follow your passion and kind of do things that you like the most. That's my advice for today in the eve of Thanksgiving.
Okay, Olli, how about you?
So I've been offline so long from XR that I don't want to say anything like, hey, follow this technology, because I don't know what should it be. But since most of our listeners are likely students, I'd say for them that creating XR content is easier than ever at the moment. So please do test and try and invent, expand your mind what you can actually do on this new platform, and go work for somebody first, like Zoan or Varjo or Glue. And after this, after you have learned everything and you know exactly like, this is what I want to do for your company.
Fantastic. What a nice pitch. Laura, are you hiring?
Yes, we are hiring. If you are expert in Unreal Engine or you want to combine virtual and like web technologies, so please contact us. And for the what's to follow, so what we are following really actively here is the entertainment and the concert scene, of course, seeing what the kids do nowadays, where they spend their money and where they spend their time. So a lot of these new stuff that is happening over there is also something that you could apply to some other type of project. So that's definitely the virtual concert scene is very interesting at the moment.
All right. Thank you, everyone, and especially thank you, Laura and Olli and Urho and Jussi for this inspiring panel. And I hope everyone will follow the program of Match XR today. And if you are in a virtual space, good for you. I am not. I'm here in a really crappy studio at the moment. But have an awesome day, and let's hopefully meet in a virtual space someday, or maybe even in real life. Have an awesome day. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Jaakko Mattila. I'm from Stereoscape. I'm going to talk about digital communication. Surprise, surprise, we're all experiencing a very interesting mode of digital communication right now. And I have to say, I'm really excited to be here, fully immersed in AltspaceVR. About my own background, I actually wrote my thesis on interpersonal communication. And I did some data gathering here at Altspace. So it's great to be back, and I'm really excited to get the chance to mingle, to talk with people, and really interact. It's lovely to see so many people here, to share space with other people, especially in these times. But yes, about my presentation, I'll be going through the new reality we are in. Obviously, everyone's talking about the current situation, and I will continue kind of diving into that. I'll talk about it from in the business context in B2B sales, more specifically, and kind of once we get to the end, I hope we'll have I'll share with you the ideas on how to create better digital presentations, better digital communication, better digital interaction with your stakeholders, and how companies can enable better communication in this new reality. So next, please. So firstly, a tiny bit about Stereoscape. For those who don't know what we do, we are refine digital communication solutions. So we're transforming product communication and other digital communication situations. We try to transform from the conventional to make more understandable, interactive, immersive 3D solutions that enable people to experience information even digitally and learn faster, understand more intuitively, and just get more out of presentations like these or situations like these in various application areas. And one note I should say at this point is I'm not gonna go into the details of these solutions, but I would love to share them with you in our space here in Altspace. We have the Stereoscape space. Feel free to visit that after my presentation, so we can have kind of smaller discussions there, as I think Altspace really is at its best when small groups gather around and share ideas. But yes, you can go to the next slide. So a bit about the change right now. We all know that we're living quite special times. The way I would like to look at it is that for us, especially here at the XR community industry, this is a profound shift towards somewhere we would like to go anyways. It's a leap in digitalization and adoption of new tools. And as I would like to go into the B2B sales context a bit later, also about the sales enablers, the new ways to digitally interact with customers and present information for decision making in companies. And in the business context, I feel like we're on a crossroad at the moment. There's the option for businesses to slow down and to risk manage, to really see how long is it all going to take, how long will this crisis take, when are we getting back to the normal. In the panel discussion, there was quite a clear message that we're not going back to the way things were. Like, even though the digitalization and the adoption to the new situation has been challenging, we've been able to get some huge benefits out of that, like savings on travel costs and an ease to communicate with one another, even though at some points that communication process might lack some aspects, as we're missing face-to-face communication. But yeah, there are those businesses that kind of want to weather the storm. And then there's the ones that will actually take a step forward instead. Companies that will take the space that others leave to them. As some people step back, that creates a space in the market for others to step forward. And I think that's an interesting tactic to go with at the moment. And I'd like to explore what kind of requirements should you meet in regards to digital communication solutions if you want to take that step forward. Next slide, please. So a bit about what is the new reality? Where are people? Where are businesses? They're online. There are some very exaggerated numbers I could find to kind of make the point. They're huge numbers. It's a huge shift. But I think we can agree that even though these are the most dramatic numbers I could find, there has been a huge shift that we were experiencing, a huge shift online in businesses. LinkedIn is going crazy. Zoom and Teams are in everyday use in businesses right now. Slack is going crazy. People are interacting online. This is the whole jump in digitalization that has happened. And you can actually check in your own companies. You can ask your marketing teams about LinkedIn. If you have had any activity in social medias, like at the moment, I bet your numbers are green. I bet you're getting noticed more than last year or even a month ago, because there are just so many eyes in these online platforms right now. But what I would like to also note is that we've taken a leap in digitalization. Some sources say that we've jumped 6 years forward in the track, in the timeline that was planned all along. Businesses have had plans to go digital for ages. We wanted to come to this point. And now we're here, and we're using all these 2D solutions. We're using video, and we're sending messages, and we're online, interacting with digital information. And it's working in some contexts, but it's not perfect, right? Like in remote collaboration with your teammates, you kind of start missing seeing them every once in a while. And even with other stakeholders, if you only interact digitally, interpersonal communication, non-verbal communication just isn't that rich through video. And presentations made with text and photos just isn't quite enough to engage you, especially if you spend all your days constantly online and you're reading text after text after text. Next slide, please. Yeah. And what does this mean for the B2B sales context, the B2B buying journey? Well, interaction isn't as rich. And when you're engaging with potential suppliers, you're more reliant on the independent research that you're doing, on the digital information materials that they provide you. And there's important point here is the overwhelming information that that people need to kind of obtain and understand to make informed, confident decisions. And I would say that in all this hassle with many decision makers and huge amounts of information to take in, buyers are struggling to feel confident to make an informed decision. That's because even though they are enjoying the empowerment and the ease of having the possibility to get all the information digitally, and they're not as reliant on the sales organization meeting up with them and the sales organization providing them all the info. They're kind of missing the possibility, the kind of reassuring meeting with the supplier that lets them kind of confirm that their independent research was correct, and they can build trust that the supplier is willing to build a partnership with them. And this like in this communication process, I think we're missing key aspects that were mentioned even in the panel discussion, the richness of communication that we can do in XR solutions instead. I guess you can imagine where this is going. But let's go to the next slide. And yeah, about the fact this was also mentioned in the panel discussion. Here's the Gartner graph that makes the whole buyer's journey, the chaotic journey, a bit more comprehensible. It consists of meeting with people and researching objective information. It's basically the two things that happen there. And thus, like McKinsey and Gartner, they've both understood that companies are looking for new ways to support this process that buyers go through. We need new solutions to trust, to support the trust building and the obtaining of engaging, interesting information as the buyers research for their purchase independently. And so, as I said, This was we've experienced a leap in digitalization that was going to happen anyways. Gartner and McKinsey, for example, support this quite strongly. And this little graph here, it's going to change. I think the independent research online, that's going to become a lot bigger portion, and the meetings with suppliers, potential suppliers, and your internal internal team will happen digitally. And for that, we need new solutions. If we are to take that option to, instead of risk managing and stepping back, we're going to step forward and try to claim markets, really trying to boost our business at this moment, we need to kind of figure out how to support those new B2B sales, B2B buyer behavior processes that they go through to make the decision to move on with our solutions or and so on. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then we get to the solutions. So how to create more engaging digital information, how to improve the digital communication process. Well, it's going beyond video for interpersonal communication and texts and pictures, 2D information in regards to the objective content, so to say. We should move towards more visual, interactive, contextualized information. And for this, I think 3D and XR is amazing. Now, I would also suggest that if companies don't have a 3D strategy in their next year's plans, they should start working on this, because 3D is actually a great way in any form to build a more intuitively understandable information. When talking about those videos with 2D presentations, that's people trying to comprise 3D environments into 2D presentations. We live in a 3D world, even if we're talking about industrial clients that do maintenance or have production lines. Those happen in 3D contexts, and so we should utilize that 3D world in our presentations as well. We need to be able to take our clients to the companies need to be able to take their clients to interact with the high quality representations of the products that they are selling, and that will happen with 3D or XR solutions better than 2D, flat 2D information. Now, of course, these solutions should be technically smooth and easy to use, and that is usually more certain to happen if companies really know to drill into specific application area. Now, next slide, please. Now, a starting point for that 3D strategy, the kind of first step towards creating more compelling content, digital content for your audiences, is to take existing 3D assets. Many companies have CAD models used by engineers and other such information assets that can be reused. They can be applied to new contexts. They can be used to create these multi-layer, actually informative presentations that are experiences, collaborative experiences where people have the possibility to explain what their product does for a potential B2B buyer that really needs to be confident about the choice they make when they are choosing a supplier. Now, instead of these flat 2D experience, like explanations, passive one-way explanations, we should shift towards interactive, two-way, contextualized, immersive experiences that actually maintain the focus of the people that are online and are going through seas, like swimming through seas and seas of information, usually text. Everyone has text and pictures. What are you going to have to actually stand out from that? we believe it to be 3D information. Now, next slide, please. And so this is what we do at Stereoscape. We are experts in taking those assets and applying it in different use areas to make interactive and 3D contextualized information that is easy to understand, that is fast to learn, to enable people to work smarter, to enable buyers make better, more confident decisions on which suppliers to choose. And we have a whole vast product family, product portfolio for different application areas, a lot of which we've been working on right now to really make sure that they serve in the current context. Next slide, please. But yeah, you can hear all about us by visiting our Stereoscape space. This presentation I would like to end on a high note for all of us in the XR industry and share the impressive, amazing numbers that we're seeing from enterprises that actually have tried XR, VR, or AR. And it's great to see that businesses feel that the impact is positive and they want more. So like companies that actually get a taste of these solutions actually get to do their pilots and see the benefits in training or in sales or in remote maintenance. They see obvious benefits and they want more. Next slide, please. And this is what is boosting the growth of the industry that we've seen many times, and hopefully we can see actually realize in the next years as we've taken this leap due to the current situation, and as we are learning more and more as a community and an industry on how to do these solutions. But yeah, thank you. Next slide. Thank you very much. I'm Jaakko Mattila from Stereoscape. Welcome to our space. I would like to I can give you a deeper dive into the specific solutions, give examples of cases we've worked on and products that we are kind of innovating right now to discuss ideas on how the challenges of digital communication and digital information might be tackled in the current moment. Welcome to our space. I hope to see you there. But yeah, now next slide and we can go to questions.
Yeah, thank you, Jaakko. So we will go to the question and answer session. So if you have any questions for Jaakko, please use the raise hand button in AltspaceVR, or you can type questions on the YouTube chat as well. And looks like we already have one question. So Harold, please.
How does this work? I'm not hearing anyone.
Harold, can you hear us? You had a question?
Yes. No, sorry, that was an accident. I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Okay,
Yeah,
no problem.
Yeah. If people don't have questions in this environment, do feel free to visit us. I would love to have kind of more informal discussions with people today. It's a great chance to mingle, to actually meet new people and have conversations. So yeah, welcome to the Stereoscape space. I hope you can find it from the VR Pavilion and the portal there. Or you can send me a friend request and I'll be there, and you can always go to my profile and that way enter the space. Yeah. I think
thanks, Jaakko.
Yeah. give you a chance to
Yeah,
set up the next
so
one. Thank you.
please visit their space and also all of our other partners. We have 17 excellent spaces available at the VR Pavilion Finland. So please visit those if you have time. And thanks, Jaakko. We will have a couple minutes break until the next speaker.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oletko laittamassa ohjelmaa pystyyn tähän? Tässä schedule.
Kerro, jos tarvitsee apua.
So I think we are ready for our next presentation. Next up is Lyfta, Sami, Meri, and Joachim, and they will be talking about impactful immersive storytelling in education. The stage is yours.
Oletko Joachim täällä jo? Okei, mä pistän auki. Hello everyone. Thank you XR Match for having us. It's great to be here today. We are still waiting for Joachim to arrive, but I'm sure he will be here within a minute. So let us just start with Meri and guide you through the exciting world of educating by using also virtual reality and 360-degree tools. So, yeah, thanks for having us. It's great to be here today. I hope you're feeling well and are full of energy for a long day of presentations. Please let me introduce our team today. Meri Miettinen, next to me here, is our head designer at Lyfta. Joachim Rauli, soon to be here, is our engagement manager in Finland. And my name is Sami Jahnukainen. I am the head of content at Lyfta. Can I ask for the second slide, please? So, what is Lyfta? Lyfta is a subscription-based educational platform for immersive real-life stories. Can we have the next slide? Lyfta combines short documentary films, 360-degree photos and videos, rich media articles, and interactive digital elements together into what we call story worlds. And we bring the story worlds available to teachers and students on an immersive web platform. Next slide, please. Lyfta was founded in Finland in 2016. The co-founders are documentary filmmakers Pauliina Tervo and Serdar Ferit. They're pioneers in immersive documentary storytelling. And after creating a number of groundbreaking web-based immersive documentaries, Pauliina and Serdar had realized that there's a lot of power in educating school students with this approach. And that became the starting point for Lyfta. Currently, Lyfta is serving hundreds of schools in the UK and in Finland, and we're also piloting in a number of schools in the US, in the Netherlands, and Mexico. So, how does Lyfta work? Let's have a look at the student view of Lyfta and dive a bit deeper into one of the story worlds that is available for our students. Can we play the video, please? Cannot currently see the video. I hope it's running. Can you give me some sort of an signal if it is on or not?
There seems to be an issue with the video, so we'll have to continue without that, and we'll try to fix it for quite soon.
Okay. Well, I tried to do my best in depicting what would be in the video. It is quite crucial actually in explaining how Lyfta works, but let's give it a go. So the student view of Lyfta muted now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So yes, the student view is quite different from the teacher view. The teacher view is ultimately a bit like a Netflix-like interactive catalog that allows teachers to browse and connect all the content and pre-written lesson plans that are available on the platform. And it also allows teachers to create their own lesson plans and assembly plans by using all the content that has been created and which is available on our platform. The student view, on the other hand, has a bit more adventurous and exploratory feel to it. Essentially, it is a globe, the planet Lyfta, which has access points in form of different icons, each representing a story world on top of different countries all around the world. The story worlds are interactive and immersive spaces built around real-life stories, that is, short, professionally made documentary films. We source these films from all over the world. We have now had two open calls. We just opened last week the third open call for stories, where we ask documentarists from different corners of the world to submit us proposals for real life, interesting real life stories that they have encountered and they have the means to produce into films. We would like to introduce one story world in particular. Is there progress with the video? Can we perhaps show it now, or shall we move on without the video? Well, it looks like that we will show you the video a bit later. I will tell you a little bit about what is in a story world. A story world is essentially as mentioned, an interactive entity featuring different sort of media, all built around a real life story, the documentary film. We use 360 degree photos and videos basically as the user interface for students. They will find themselves from the environment of the main character of each story, and by browsing through either one or multiple different 360 degree scenes in this environment, they will find access to different media, which can be in form of, well,
Sami, I think you muted yourself by accident.
I didn't do anything, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. Somehow I was muted. So yes, the student interface features story worlds, which are essentially 360 degree spaces. They're photographs that feature the real environment of each main character that is featured in this story world and introduced by the documentary film. From the 360 spaces, the student can enter different media pieces, that is the actual film, and also additional video materials, 360 videos, and rich media articles that can be of many sorts. They can be a more passive sort of textbook-like picture and text, including articles or interactive game-like entities. The idea of all the material is that they deepen the experience and the themes that are discussed in the film. To date, we have over 40 story worlds from 20 countries, either already on the platform or about to be launched. The current platform we have is called the Lyfta 2.0, and that was launched in the UK and Finland in September. And it's been really well embraced by teachers and students. We collaborated together with the Finnish Agency for Education last year for creating a set of 4 story worlds on the subject of circular economy. And the example story world, which we hope to be able to present to you with the video a bit later today, would feature one of these circular economy themed story worlds and introduce a person called Rob Arnold from Cornwall, from south of England, who collects trash, plastic trash, from the beaches of his home village in Cornwall, and he creates art from the plastic which he finds from these different beaches, and can also through social media attempts to impact producers of plastic, that they would reconsider the use of plastic in their products, because it so easily ends up in the seas of the world and thereby also on the shores around the world. And this is particularly an interesting case because now, after launching it this year, we have received a lot of really fantastic feedback from our users, and actually have been able to impact the users of Lyfta to go beyond sort of traditional lessons and homework and create something proactively which is seemingly having an effect on the world. I'm happy to leave the floor now to Joakim, my colleague, who is the engagement manager here in Finland, who can tell you a little bit more about the impact that this case has and this story world has had for the students. So if I can ask you to change the slide, I will give the floor to Joakim. Thank you. Yes.
Joakim, we can't hear you. Please make sure that you are not muted and that you have amplified your voice.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So, as my job as an engagement manager, I get to talk with teachers, principals, and city-level decision makers about education and impact. Through those conversations, it has become clear that nowadays, even younger and younger students are extremely aware of what's happening in our society and environment. So the knowledge is there. Unfortunately, knowledge isn't always kind, and at the same time, teachers have been reporting more negative outcomes, such as climate anxiety among ever younger students. These are complex topics, and there's no direct answer how to approach them. However, teachers have been discussing about the next level from acquiring knowledge and what that would actually look like. That is doing something with knowledge, impacting through that knowledge, and giving students the feel that their actions and decisions can make a difference. During the spring and fall 2020, we've taken classes to virtual field trips where during this 45-minute session, one of our storyboard heroes, like Rob Arnold here, have shared their stories and motivation behind their work. Next slide, please. One of those classes was from Taimankoulu in Naantali, eastern part of Finland. They participated in a virtual field trip, and as they lived by the sea, Rob's story got them thinking about their own environment. They wanted to do something to help their sea and the nature around them. They decided to do a similar project as Rob, cleaning up trash from their nature and using it as a material for creating art. By deploying their own Instagram account, they challenged companies which trash was found and asked them how are they going to play their part in reducing the amount of plastic in the nature. Their teacher contacted their local newspaper, and a couple of weeks later, their story was in 2 different newspapers, and one of the companies they reached out to was helping them to clean the trash. I'm not saying that all impact projects must be executed at this level, but this is a fine example when one of our stories was able to inspire, inform, and work as an example for the students. Now, as part of any virtual field trip experience, we share this story and ask students if they had the unlimited resources, what they would like to do for their community. You'd never guess how creative projects they come up with when you don't limit that to resources. Now I would like to give the floor to Meri, who will be sharing another example of impact with Lyfta. Next slide, please. The floor is yours, Meri.
Thank you. Can I confirm that you can all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Lovely, thank you. So, one teacher in a school of Essex, UK, was concerned with the rising levels of nationalism in the area and the attitudes of her students. The students in this particular school were all from British heritage and had little opportunity to experience living alongside people from diverse backgrounds or to explore the world beyond their local area. So Lyfta developed this survey, which could be used with the students before and after their teacher used Lyfta with them to explore the world. As part of the survey, the students were asked to consider 6 faces of people whom they would meet over their exploration of the platform, and were also asked which of these people would you feel that you would have most common ground with. In the first survey, the students felt like they had most common in the people that looked the most like them, in this case, the white people. After exploring the different environments and watching a short documentary featuring each of the people in the pictures you can see on the screen, they were asked to respond again to the same question. This time, the students felt that they had more in common with all the people, and in particular, those that had scored lower in the first survey, i.e. the people of color. Most remarkable was the shift in affinity with one particular person. A 55-year-old Palestinian taxi driver became their favorite person that they learned about. So after this simple and powerful exercise, this teacher was able to start an important conversation with her students around the themes of difference, bias, diversity, and more. Thank you. Next slide, please. Do you have any questions for us or something that you would like to discuss about? Oh,
so if you have any questions for Lyfta, please use the raise hand button in AltspaceVR.
Can I also have the next slide? Thank you. You can also see our contact information in this slide, so please feel free to contact us if there's anything that you would like to discuss or ask about.
And please, if Sami or any of you could share the link to the video that you wanted to show on our YouTube stream chat, then all of the viewers can access that.
Thank you. We will do that. We will share the video on the YouTube chat. If there's not any questions, thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope that you have learned something new and that our presentation has had an impact for you guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sami, Meri, and Joachim. This was really interesting. Thank you. Looks like we have no questions at the moment, but you're of course free to discuss with other people after the presentation as well. We will be again having a short break before the next presentation.
Setupista vasemmalta puolelta sun hoodia. Se on se, mistä lähtee se mutte kanssa pois, että jos sä viet kursorin vaan siihen päälle.
Nyt on pari lisää.
No niin, nyt on hyvä. Nyt on hyvä. Joo. Sitten sun pitäisi olla tuolla oikeassa reunassa sun käyttöliittymä alhaalla, niin tommonen host tools. For the presentations. We're going to go on with the program, and next up on the stage from Turku University of Applied Sciences, Mika Luimula, research group leader there, and talking a bit about next generation learning. So interesting topic for sure, and let's just hope that our glorious technical difficulties will not happen again today. And well, without further ado, Mika, the stage is yours. So if you can put on voice amplification, you can go on.
Okay, thank you so much, Santeri. Can you hear me?
A bit faintly, actually. Let's see. Okay. If you can add a click or two on the volume.
Now, is it now better?
No, actually, you are not amplified yet. If you can go to host tools and select amplify my voice.
Okay, is it now better?
Now, yes, now you're loud and clear, so go ahead.
Yeah, I hope that it's not too much.
No, it's perfect, it's perfect.
All right. So, hello everyone. I'm Mika Luimula from Turku University of Applied Sciences, and the title of my presentation is Next Generation Learning, Utilizing Interactive Technologies to Tackle COVID-19 Challenges. And I'm also senior advisor for a company called ADE. Next slide, please. Here is a short introduction here is my biography. So I'm working for Turku University of Applied Sciences as a research group leader for futuristic interactive technologies. In addition, I'm a principal lecturer for game and interactive technologies competence track. I'm also holding a professorship in University of Turku, and my research focus areas nowadays are very much on virtual reality and augmented reality. Annually, we have around 700,000 euros in my research group, and main focus areas are in education, in training, in maritime, in technology industry wider, and also in healthcare. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first question for you today. So
Mika, excuse me, I think you accidentally muted yourself. If you can unmute. Yes, there we go. Sometimes this happens in Altspace. No worries, go on ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so the question is now that because of this COVID-19, is vocational training possible nowadays or not? Next slide, please. So if you look at what has happened in Finnish vocational schools, for example, so at the moment schools are not able to organize demonstrations at workplaces, and you can imagine that they don't have, for example, final examinations at the end before the graduation, but they have so-called demonstrations at workplaces. So now the question is that how can you make it happen if you are using or following traditional methods? And actually, European Commission has realized this challenge, and actually they are feeling that these vocational education training learners, they have the biggest challenges at the moment. Next, please. So our suggestion, like I guess you can guess, it's virtual reality, and of course in some cases also augmented reality. So this is a solution for hands-on training, or isn't? Next. So it's actually interesting to see these statistics. These have been, of course, made before COVID-19. So if you look at, for example, this Goldman Sachs statistics, they are forecasting that in 5 years, XR markets will be globally maybe 50 to 100 billion euros, depending on if you are calculating only software or also hardware side. And only 2% of that seems to be in education. So now another question for you guys is that why this is the case, and is it still the same when we have now this new era? Next, please. In the same time, even that let's say in education it's just 2% market share. There are facts and figures like Walmart. They have reported that in their introduction solution for staff members, where they bought 17,000 Oculus Go devices, they were able to decrease the use time in introduction or in commissioning. And okay, if you go to the next slide, another statistics like this price war and so on. So 4 times faster you can complete training in VR compared to the traditional classroom training. And in this case, they had around maybe 1,600 test subjects. Next, please. So the statistics show that just 2%. There are a lot of evidence that VR training is so efficient. And if still someone is skeptic about this those could be answered that look at sea captains or let's say pilots in aviation. They have been using let's say interactive technologies in simulator centers for years. But okay, suddenly now COVID-19 appears and this is actually the domain what is now in the educational field the most vulnerable. Next, please. But in the same time, if you look at Finnish company Wärtsilä, they are a big player in simulator markets. They launched this press release in August, and they were reporting that their simulator training is now moving to the cloud, thanks to COVID-19. Next, please. So here is my statement. You can disagree or so on, but based on our understanding, at the moment, virtual training markets, they are quite fragmented, and there are thousands of single solutions. Next, please. So what should be done? This is, let's say, cooperation proposal for whole XR community. So according to European Commission, they have speculated that what will happen now during this COVID pandemic, and they are actually encouraging organizations to develop new platforms, even that if they cannot fully replace real workplace learning. They have also defined this new term vocational online open courses, or I would say that could we call it as a MOOC 2.0 type of thing. Next, please. So our approach and in the same time also our proposal. Thank you, Santeri. Please, next. So today we are present in our exhibition and we have virtual training centers already established, and some of these are present as a miniature in our booth. Some of them are present as video information and so on. Please visit there. So this is the solution, but let's look at in the next slides what does it contain. Next, please. Can you hear me? Next, please. Okay. So before going any further, one motivation slide. So according to Harvard Business Review, organizations, they spend more than 300 billion euros, sorry, dollars, or even euros, 2016. I think nowadays it has to be more than 400, but okay, I don't have up-to-date statistics about that. But please, next slide. So you can see that managers in their survey, they have not been satisfied about these traditional learning and development programs, and neither even these employees who have been participating. And okay, please go ahead. So establishing training centers, what does it mean? Next slide, please. Please visit in our booth. Here is now one big news for all of you guys. So our industrial partner Kiva, they have launched the European Hot Work certification, and today this is the big day for them, for us. We are present together in our booth, so you can see that whole certification nowadays can be trained in virtual reality. Also tests can be made in virtual reality. It's integrated to their backend system, and it's also portable, like we have visualized it over here in our exhibition booth. So please visit there, and there are Kiva representatives. This is an example and direction where virtual reality community, I believe that are all going soon. So Kiva is now leading us to this type of world, and this certification, that's a special case in a virtual training as well. The next slide, please. Together with Ade, we have developed tens of training episodes. One point of view what I want to highlight when we are talking about training centers, when we are talking about training platforms. So I was saying that markets are fragmented and there are a lot of single solutions available. So our vision is that we need joint platform, new marketplace, where we can join our forces and collect a lot of, let's say, Finnish learning episodes and sell them together all over the world. So Ade has, for example, learning platform and also learning episodes for maritime, for logistics, for traffic, construction, etc. So please visit in our booth and you can learn more about that too. Next slide, please. This is one reference and example about these collections of learning episodes. So together with TTS, Finnish Vocational School, we have developed 15 learning episodes for traffic and logistics. You can see in this slide some pictures about forklifts and about mobile cranes and so on. So more information available in the booth. Next one. And then one big thing what I want to underline at the end of my presentation is that when we are talking about virtual training, without any kind of evidence for the effectiveness of the pedagogy, I think it's nonsense. We are not able to sell anything. And for that, we have partners like Advantage. They are specialists in effectiveness studies and so on. So also about them, you can learn more while visiting them. Then next slide. And here is me with a cap and so on. Please visit in the stand. You can see also meet my colleagues, our engineers and assistants. We have won various awards in conferences and events, and mainly those awards have been about virtual training and so on. You can see also in this picture some screen captures from our applications where for example, eye tracking and finger recognition and such kind of things have been visualized and also collected. So I would also underline the need for cooperation with neuroscientists and let's say human behavioral scientists. So that's one crucial issue if we want to be successful here. Next slide, please. So about our research activities. Next slide. So I tried to find a couple of let's say references from the literature, and in this slide and also in the next slide, effectiveness studies are, let's say, underlined. Over here, this study underlines also benefits and technological innovations. If you go to the next slide, we can see that there has been a large literature review, which is also quite fresh paper about virtual and mixed reality applications in construction safety side and effectiveness studies. That's one of the key issues what they are also summarizing. Next one, please. So somehow trying to conclude my presentation and also tell something about lessons to be learned. So we have seen that if we want to focus on effectiveness studies, we definitely need a multidisciplinary team. We will need pedagogists, we will need psychologists, together with game designers, computer scientists, graphical designers, programmers, AI specialists, and blah, blah, blah. So we are welcoming the whole XR community working closely with us. Next slide, please. Here are a couple of examples what we have done so far. So we started with University of Turku with Emeritus Professor Heikki Hämäläinen, studies related to virtual reality in driving inspection, and we were able to scan people from the traffic who are not anymore capable to drive. So all these evaluation can be done in virtual reality, and we have had more than 100 test subjects and a lot of statistics which will show that this virtual reality virtual reality evaluation toolkit in this case, it's really valid and so on. Next slide, please. Another quite large test what we have been conducting is this fire safety application. Actually, in this case, we are focusing on fire escape. So we had 169 test subjects, and around 50 of them, they were school kids, but there were also some other test subjects groups like these firemen and so on. So those school kids, we realized that they were not able to watch exit signs, or they were not able to follow floor plans or understand how to read floor plans and navigate based on that. So thanks to this new information and these results, we got another funding from Finnish Fire Protection Foundation, and this also is an example about the power of virtual training. This type of scenario we would not be able to implement in real-world conditions, but in virtual reality it's the case. So virtual reality and training, it's very powerful in for example, hazardous scenarios and so on. Next slide, please. So all in all, I think I'm already repeating myself, but typically we are starting our research activities focusing on usability and user experiences. We are utilizing, let's say, user-centric design principles and rapid prototyping. But more and more, our industry partners, they are asking us to focus on effectiveness studies. And yeah, we have at the moment 4 Varjo devices, for example, in our lab. We have invested around €500,000 to technologies, these fancy technologies, and for example, eye tracking, finger recognition, multiplayer issues, such kind of things. They are cool stuff at the moment, and together with neuroscientists and so on, we can make a lot of interesting innovations. Next slide, please. So just shortly concluding remarks. Next, please. So what are the elements to tackle COVID-19? First of all, I have to underline you that we are now in the disruption, and this COVID-19, it's just speeding up the process. What would happen even without COVID-19? But luckily, okay, we have this sad story, COVID-19, but this is something that things will happen now very quickly thanks to COVID-19. So we have seen a lot of companies who are interested about virtual training, a lot of organizations like almost all Finnish vocational schools and so on. They are desperately needing this type of solutions. So what we will need? We will need usability has to be excellent. User experience also. We can use technologies like finger recognition and so on to improve those. Human behavior is needed to understand about the effectiveness. We will need also tangible solutions which will also increase the immersiveness level, but also will have an impact in the pedagogy. And let's say interaction between the teachers and students, it's of course essential in every, let's say, learning processes. And that's why multiplayer functionalities has to be present there and monitoring screens and so on. Next slide, please. So here are a couple of selected publications about driving inspection, about human behavior under fire escape, about fire safety. We have tested these applications, fire safety applications, for example, in the Middle East with very promising results. And about maritime safety, that's very large area where we are at the moment active. We received together with Novia University of Applied Sciences 2 million euros just a couple of days ago for autonomous and remote controlled systems where, of course, augmented reality and virtual reality are in the big role. Next slide, please. So here is contact details and thank you so much for your time and attention. If you have any questions, I'm available now and also in our exhibition booth whole afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mika. Can we get a set of virtual applause now? So you have an emoji panel on your left side. You can send applause like this. Yes. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yes, so the booth Mika mentioned quite a few times is located in the other section of this event, which you can get to by following the arrow on the wall and going through the teleports and to the ground floor of our VR Pavilion Finland. But now, before you do that, let's see if there are questions in the audience. Actually, I'm seeing something here in the participation. No, it just disappeared. Do we have questions? If you have a question, please click on the raise hand icon on the right side of your user interface to let us know. Let's wait for a moment. Okay, it seems like there will be no questions at this time, but you will be available at the booth, right? As you said.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So
thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Mika. You can save your questions for Mika for later.
Yes. See you.
See you. Bye bye. Then our next presentation will start in about 5 minutes, and here is actually our next presenter. He's ready. Awesome. Yes, a set of waves around the room. Okay. Well, I could give you a bit of a head start by presenting you. So next on the stage is Alexis Karme from Tea Time Research Limited, telling us about Verifier co-created, and we will learn soon what that is. So go right on ahead. It's 12:29, so I think we can give you 1 minute head start. And go ahead. The stage is yours, Alexis.
Great. Thank you, Santeri. Well, as said, yes, I'm Alexis Karme from Tea Time Research. And I'm going to talk about Verifier and our business model with it. So, yeah, I'm a paleontologist by background. You can actually see me here doing some field work in China. I hope everyone is hearing me. Okay, good. And actually from this picture, there's these people that are here have been with us making the Verifier from the beginning. And now actually we'd like to offer the same chance for you guys as well. So what is Verifier? Verifier is your all 3D data viewer and work tool. I hope you can all see the video here. So what is happening here is actually a scene from Verifier. That's a pumping machinery from a CAD model. So we actually have a automated mesh simplification algorithm, which has been applied there. And this is actually a CT scan of a wasp. And this is a point cloud, so it actually supports point clouds as well. So whatever 3D data you have, it doesn't matter. We can actually run the whole Helsinki LiDAR data locally on your desktop computer in Verifier. And the business model we now have with Verifier, it's something that is not been around that much. So we kind of call it co-creation model. You know, everyone can be or have their opinion about co-creation, but listen this one out. So we have the whole base software of Verifier. So you can see you can have different shaders. You have the automated simplification algorithm. You have performance adaptation, all of that. Here you can actually see the simplification step in VR. You can do it in 2D as well. And the whole thing is, if you need something, we'll do it in Verifier. So you have the very nice base software. Base software with different tools. Here you can see different tools like photo capture, 360 photo, fast scale and rotation. You can have different optimized versions. We have, once you do the simplification, you can actually open the models in the blink of an eye. That didn't look like a finger snap. And the whole thing goes that, so here you can actually see Verifier in Steam. That's a point cloud from northern Finland. And if you need a component, for example, let's say multi-user, which we don't have at the present, you can actually have it from through us. And the price is same for everyone, and we only take the fee is only about time. So we actually have a nice roadmap of our own features, what we want, and we have a customer roadmap as well. We have now at Verifier a couple of thousands of users and professional users separately beforehand. And so you pay for the weeks. Simple as that. And all of the modules will actually get tagged by your name. So it could be, for example, it could be Vive, that is then, you have Vive sponsored component or Varjo sponsored component in Verifier. For example, Varjo support for Verifier for high resolution modules. And that's it. Everyone gets to use the components you have sponsored, and they will all be in the same software. We'll take the separate tools and we put them also to the widget user interface if needed. But you also have the module components, which I'm going to show an example or two in a moment. So here's one verifier component. This was done with the University of Helsinki Geosciences Department, or Geosciences and Geography Department, and where I'm a researcher as well. So you can actually see here that what we're doing here, this is partly a photogrammetry toolkit. So you can actually have take your own videos. It'll chop them automatically into separate frames. It actually has a frame reducer. So it actually will look if you have blurry frames, or if the frames are similar, or if you have a quick movement in the frames, and it'll actually discard the frames. So it'll end up with a small set of images to begin your photogrammetry reconstruction. And what else it actually has from our other products, you've possibly seen Aleppo, Helsinki, or Wiley Paradise, or something like this, where we have this projection technology. So we can actually project the 360 image on top of a 3D model. So this is also supported here, and you can actually view the scenes in Verifier. And the photorealism in those scenes is quite uncanny in VR-wise. So you actually don't have that high quality scenes almost anywhere else. Another case, we can actually have our algorithms that are inside Verifier actually running on the server as well. This was with the city of Tampere. So you can actually take building information models and download or upload them to the cloud. It actually does the mesh simplification and publishing automatically. So that's one use. Or you can actually have your own command line tools if you wish as well. And all of the algorithms are our own. So we own the algorithms. They are our proprietary stuff. Okay, this is a nice example of another collaboration. University of Dundee 3D Wiz Lab. And what's here, it was the 80-year HMS Royal Oak when it sank 8 years ago. So we're talking of a shipwreck, which has been already in 2003 multi-beam sonared. So or that was actually 2006, I think, the multi-beam sonar. In 2003, they started the project already, and they approached us a year and a half ago, and we started talking about the whole project, what they would need actually, and how virtual reality could be actually used in their line of work. And they asked that can they use Verifier for public outreach, scientific public outreach projects. So we gave Verifier for them, and they used it. They really liked it. They thought the point cloud modules of Verifier were the best that were available. We actually used Poetry structure for the point clouds. So here you can actually see them doing diving and underwater photogrammetry, which is an art form of itself. Here you can actually see some of the photogrammetric models. So if you look at that, you can actually see on the base. On the base, you can actually see the multi-beam, and on top of that, you have a mesh from the photogrammetric model. And these are the places where the torpedoes actually hit the ship. And here's the whole combined model. And I have a small video also from the project. So they took it in VR with Verifier. And they used it in public outreach events. Actually, this person here was 95 when he actually tried this. But he was at the site in Orkney in Scapa Bay, actually when the ship actually sunk.
The benefits of particularly the
So here's a small video
data
how it
beyond
actually
the
works.
purpose of the survey is that we then have very realistic, high definition 3D models that we can use for public outreach. So for example, as animated sequences, but also it's of high enough resolution to put into virtual reality experiences. Virtual reality gives us the opportunity to allow people to visit the wreck in a virtual space. Coincidentally, the VR experience means you put a mask over your eyes, which is very, very similar to wearing a diving mask. You have a restricted point of view, and you're usually illuminating what you're seeing on the dive site. So VR is a pretty good way of replicating that experience.
It's been quite interesting to look and to experience a 90-year-old with VR goggles on, and all walks of life were sat there trying that and managing to walk around the ship. Some of them had really emotional reactions to it. Some of them were tearful, some of them were overjoyed, some of them were absolutely amazed. And I think it's a way of helping people really experience that.
For the wreck of the Royal Oak, this is particularly poignant because it's a protected wreck. It's a military war grave. So generally, recreational divers do not get access to this. This is only for survey purposes. So we can at least share that with the diving community and allow them to see the condition of the wreck secondhand.
I think the huge thing is being able to really study and document the 4 big torpedo holes in the ship. And the scale of them, they're enormous. They're absolutely enormous. And even though I've seen them on the multi-beam data for years, to experience the damage was, well, it was not very nice, actually. It was a daunting place to be. It felt quite uncomfortable to see just the devastation that one torpedo has been able to do to the side of such a.
Yeah, so that's a small video about it, and how it actually can be used in public outreach. So why would you then, why would you do this? Why would you pay actually for something for someone else's software? It's the software isn't open source, fine, but it's free to use for everyone. And there's a couple of different models when you think of the whole when you actually start to develop software for VR, or you start actually a project which needs VR. So the crucial thing is that you actually do need the software. And, our co-creation model is one where you actually will get exactly what you need, made by people who actually know what they're doing. And I show later what else we have done. Compared to that you actually take a ready software, like VReal or something like that, and it has its features. You can actually request features, and well, they will come at some update, or they will not come. So you're kind of on the mercy of the software. The other possibilities, what we've been working also a lot with, is that you have a project where you actually make a new software or a new product for yourself, for a certain use. It's really expensive. It's really, really expensive. And it takes time, a long time. You don't have necessarily the base and everything. In Verify, you do have the base already in place. And well, the third model is, of course, you can actually have a collection of different softwares. But then the workflow usually is patchy, and it takes a long time. For example, we're kind of a step away. We can actually automatically put photogrammetrics reconstruction software in the middle here. So actually have the video, you upload the video, you actually generate the model, it goes into the verifier, it's simplified up by our algorithms, and you have a full presentation running in VR from just a video, which is, XR experience like that. So something like this, okay? So some software, what we've done. Does the next button work? Okay, good. So here's the very far. Yeah, cool. I'm just running through this. I think I'll have something like, 5 minutes. These are a couple of interesting ones. This is a big museum in Mikkeli called the Muisti, Winter War experience. Apex is what we actually did for satellites or probes. So this is, we actually made a real-time 3D reconstruction component in the ESA project. Else, AR products, Helsinki in time. Music teaching for Popiat's Conservatory. Again, Apex for near-Earth object shape recognition. We actually used Bennu for the model asteroid. Journey to Asteroid, a museum product for Lappi Meteorite Center. We built the whole spaceship there and kind of our own space, so to say. Music museum and the VR karaoke. Subway system, the western part. We actually did about the fire safety and fire ventilation, all that. The whole experience for those. This is actually Dalshär is a underwater experience in the Finnish or Turku archipelago. This is for Imatra. It's actually a web AR project, which is locality based, so you can actually have the Ford in the Imatra. You can see that. We did the museum, City of Helsinki, the time machine, both VR, both projection, all that. Paradise VR was actually a full-on Marshall Island experience, the nuclear blast. Sea level rise is something that's close to me. So we did the scenarios of IPCC shown in virtual reality, photorealistic real virtual reality. This is the Presence is then hospital, and also sorry, ambulance systems. We have done with a lot of different companies like Technopolis. This is one of the locations we have done quite a few of those. This was Green Mountain, was a data center. So we actually did the whole fjord here in one day for photometric modeling, and then using our projection technology, we had a remote visiting for them as advertisement use. Audi Library was one of our projects. We had the whole time of construction that. These are SRVs, YIT, all of the large, not all, but quite many of the large construction companies in Finland are using us or have been using us. Some party. So this is Ready Boogie, which was actually for SRV's 30-year party. So you actually have a dancing party there. We actually did the Aleppo Helsinki, which had a total reach of something like 1.5 million people in Finland. And well, if you calculate the rest of it, it's actually even more. Again, a public outreach project. And this was for the design weeks in Taiwan earlier on. But this is part of our portfolio. So we know what we're doing actually in XR. We've done a huge amount of different projects in XR. So great. So there was 20 minutes for talking. And I now welcome questions. I can actually show more precisely how Verifar works and all of that. So thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Alexis. So, okay, fire up that raise hand button right now and send some questions. Raise hand button on the lower right corner of your HUD. You can ask for permission to speak from there.
While people are not asking questions, I'm going to use the 10 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. Go right ahead.
So here you can actually see that, I talked about photorealism. So this is taken in VR, where you can actually move freely. This is just a moving camera we've set there. And what we actually used here is the city 3D model, the open data 3D model, and our own 360 images using our projection technology again. So This is actually a real modeling of water ice. This would be the scenario if all the glaciers actually would melt. Well, yeah, then we're in Torni, which is 62 meters, so you guessed the rest. This is about the verifier. So here's, how it works. Just, point and click, mesh model. We support practically all relevant file types and our simplification also. There's different, lots of different models there. You can actually click to create a new simplified model. Set the polygon count. For example, it kind of doesn't have any limits. The biggest one I did was 600 million polygons, which I then reduced down to 2 million polygons. And it actually preserves the surface shapes. Surface shapes, if it's an organic, let's say, scanning model. I've done 3D scanning for 15 years now in the university world. I played with 3D data for almost 30 years now. So this is actually Audi, a 3D model of Audi. You can actually see different shaders here. You can actually have your custom shaders if you actually will collaborate with us. So we're also showing different tools here. So, you can zoom, you can rotate the model, you can actually teleport to the model. And this is automatically done. So this was an IFC model. So it's one type of building information models, one of the worst types. Well, they're all bad, but it's a horrible, it's like, as a file format, it's like internet downloaded at once. So as you can see, it uses the materials in the file. You can also, if you are using point cloud, you can actually make your own platforms. Where you can then teleport on the platform if needed. You can actually take photos. This is already what is inside Verifier and ready to use for everyone for free for now. So this is a 360 image. Just click. And the simplification, for example. So if you have the models that are simplified, you can just export them from Verifier. So that's also included here. These are the viewpoints that we have now. So now the viewpoints are actually remembering the place. They are remembering the shader you're using, the viewpoint you actually took it from. But this is now with the University of Dundee, we're enhancing it, so we'll have a scale model where you can actually have the interaction points. And you have, next button, skip button, all of these. It's kind of a PowerPoint for 3D models. Any questions? Come on. By the way, who is really using a real VR headset here? There's one. Oh, there's a question. Yeah. Can I take the question from Mika S?
Actually, Konttori is on the air right now, so go ahead.
Oh, really?
Yes, go ahead with your question.
Hey, Urho.
Oh my god.
Olihan se aika selvä.
Sorry, Konttori, we can't hear you right now. Do you have...
Oh yeah, this is part of my research in the university side. I built sewing robots as well.
Amplify on? You should be on the air, but for some reason we can't hear you yet. Is your mic picking up? There might be some technical difficulties.
Well, we have a couple of minutes.
Yes, there's no rush. Take your time.
And we can talk later, of course. But it's. But so this is the model, and I haven't come across this model that often. Well, I haven't come across this exact business model anywhere. So. Yeah, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Do you have muted on? Yeah, you're on air and you're on megaphone as well.
I'll see if I can. Yep.
And by the way,
but,
there's nice.
Okay, let's try again.
Yep.
Can't hear your voice yet.
Was there any questions online in YouTube? We can take it at the moment. Yeah, Kim, yeah, they all should work. Or work. Oh, okay, it's about Altspace.
No questions.
But very far,
no questions in YouTube right now.
No questions, yeah. But yeah, I can take the Kim's question that, you can install in all platforms you wish. One thing we want actually a co-creation project with is actually the Oculus Quest version of it. So this is something that you can actually get your name on. So this is, it's not a normal open source way of, you having a list of supporters or a list of collaborators. Actually, you will get your name as a, for example, University of Dundee package or something like that in the software. So, and it's again something that, of course, your competitors will get it as well, but then you will also get the software your competitors are actually generating or collaborating us with. Because it's kind of silly to do all the things again and again and again. So for example, we could, we wouldn't mind if we actually would do a glue integration in Verifier. Was there another question somewhere? Okay.
Yes,
so
there seems to be one. Just 1 second.
Yep.
You can put them on air. Kim.
Oh my God.
Kim Newberry, you are on the air. Go ahead with the question.
Hey, Kim.
Hey, Alexis. Nice to see you in VR. How maybe you mentioned this in your presentation. I think I saw all of it, but how do you see the development on the website, WebXR especially? Are you guys into that already, or?
Well, you do have standards for it, and it's starting to work. So this is something we would be, for example, willing to put effort on in the Verifier. So it's an obvious way to go in the future as well.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Or if Trimble would like to actually have a collaboration project with Verifier, we're most open for it. You are still with Trimble, aren't you?
We do a lot of development in mixed reality. So
yeah,
so something we need to discuss once again.
Yeah, exactly. Good. I think my time is starting to be up. I wish to thank everyone. Again, here's my contacts. And you can also phone me or whatever. So please do take contact and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Alexis, and great to have also an audience question to the end. Where can people meet you today? Are you going to be somewhere?
I'll be here, or we can go to the pavilion as well. So I'll be the full day here, so we can talk more.
Great. Great.
I have the biggest beard here, and probably in real life as well. So, good. Thank you, everyone.
I noticed there is one more question from the audience, but unfortunately we are running pretty thin on time, and we have to go to the next presentation now. So
what is the question? Just
I have no idea because I'm just seeing someone pose the question, but we have
well,
1 minute time.
So you can comment. Thanks, Santeri. Comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexis.
Thanks.
Oops, so there's... Right, so our next presentation will start soon once we get our presenter ready. Okay. Okei, saataisiin kaikki toimii. Yes.
No.
Hyvä.
Nyt lähtee.
Nyt lähtee.
Okay. Fantastic.
Okay, let's check that you are on the air and everything is as it should. You're not on the air yet. Now you are on the air, so please go ahead.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me here. Really excited to be talking a little bit on the future of mixed reality. And I've just been on a press tour for a week and a half, which of course has been fully virtual. That is also a really weird situation in this day and age, especially when you're talking about mixed reality and virtual reality devices that really you need to be able to show to the people so that they understand. And it's really difficult to convey these kind of things just through PowerPoint presentations and just talking about them. But now talking about not only something coming out next week, but talking about something in like 5 to 10 years to come. So a bit of like hand waving in the air where we're all going, and super excited about that. All right, so mixed reality future. Let's start. I don't know how many of you guys are from with a background in the startup scene, but basically very quickly, Varjo is a 4-year-old startup from Helsinki, Finland. We do world's best mixed reality and virtual reality devices, so headsets that some of you guys may be wearing. From 4 years that we've been in the space, we've raised now roughly $100 million in funding. Those have been coming from both VCs as well as then some governmentally supported funding, such as, for example, from the Fantastic Business Finland that we have in Finland, as well as from EU's Horizon 2020 funding that is these days called Horizon Europe, because nobody likes 2020 anymore. So with that in past, let's go to next. So shortly about what the professional use cases at the moment are that we are talking in relation to the VR and mixed reality, because it tends to be different for different companies. So we have been working with the largest enterprises in the world. We have a few hundred clients at the moment for Varjo headsets, and the biggest deployments are in the low hundreds of units for any individual client. So these include like companies like Boeing and Airbus, Lockheed Martin in the aviation side, the training companies that actually train the pilots. So it's not typically the aircraft makers that train pilots to fly, but it's different companies. Canadian Aviation Engineering is the biggest one in the world. They have like, I don't know, 60% of the market share. So they are the ones who train all of the pilots who fly on the Airbuses and the Boeing planes and take you to holiday vacations, hopefully soon again. And they also do maybe 30% of the military market training these days as well. Then you have companies like Flight Safety, doing the same thing, civilian as well as military side. BAE Systems, so British aviation engineering guys, they do also training. It's really big market, and one of the things that we are now seeing in there happening is that companies are moving now to bigger deployments. So as said, at the moment, the biggest customers we have in like low hundreds of units, but now the discussions in the training and simulation space are moving to thousands of units for individual use case training in an individual company or government, which is it's kind of like telling that the movement is really happening now fast towards larger scale deployments, because the testing has been done in the like these kind of like 50 unit, 100 unit scales, and now the value has been found, identified, agreed, and the larger deployments are about to happen. Then research and medical is surprisingly big for us. Universities, we have a couple of dozen universities at the moment using our headsets for research purposes, and it's very heterogeneous area, obviously, but really interesting nevertheless. Some medical use cases now happening as well, and certainly that's going to be one of the increasing trends in the future. Then design and engineering side, so all of the automotive companies are pretty much our customers at the moment. One of the coolest cases at the moment is with Kia, who has their research headquarters in Frankfurt, and they used to be previously flying every month to their corporate HQ in Korea. So this would be a one-way trip away from your families, away from your home, and the value would be in a 2-hour design review session with the HQ designers. So, and everything else is more or less waste. Now the COVID, of course, pushed these guys to really take it to the next level and focus on taking advantage of the virtual technologies. So they have always been using a tool from Autodesk called VRED. It's like a super expensive design tool, like 20,000 per seat to get the software installed, and then like 5,000 a year just to keep it up and running. So not for everybody, but it is really good for the car automotive designers. So having those perfect materials for the cars, being able to do real-time ray tracing. I've been running real-time ray tracing on that one with our headsets. It's really marvelous. And then very importantly, the collaboration tools are really integrated. So you're able to have these sessions between the sites really effectively. You can annotate, you can talk, and what the Kia designers told us is that it's easier for them to use that one than to use Zoom. And most importantly, they will not be going back to the old ways anymore, because now, instead of once a month having that pulse with the HQ, they have it at least every week, sometimes multiple times a week. Their whole design cycle speeds have advanced tremendously, and they feel that they are really part and working closely together with the Korean. And this is, of course, one of the things that will never go back for many other companies as well. I think it was Bill Gates who said that he believes that 50% of business travel will be reduced permanently after the COVID, because companies have found ways that they don't necessarily need to travel. And I've traveled my share, and it's one of the things that I'm really not looking forward to, like traveling to USA for a single-hour meeting, and I've done plenty of those as well, and I don't think that those kind of things will anymore happen at all. Okay, good. So next slide. Meeting. So I thought to talk about how professional work, education, and consumption and commerce will be advancing, like thinking about 5 years into the future, what's that going to be looking like? So next. So best of today, aka Varjo headsets. So mandatory pitch to you guys. So next. At the moment, our best-in-class first and second generation headsets are the VR2, VR2 Pro for the VR devices market. Maybe some updates coming soon on those. The key value proposition is the human eye resolution. So for these car designers, they see every detail exactly as they will be when they build the cars. Every stitch line in the car seats, every single material property, they're able to fully visualize the dashboard designs and check it out that they can actually operate them comfortably and from the car seat position and see them properly. Then the XR1, our flagship product, even though it's a developer edition only, why it's a developer edition, it's a bit heavy because it's a basically add-on to our VR technologies. And then secondly, which is more important, is that we are the first company really doing video see-through based mixed reality devices. What that means is that there is no software available for it. So this has been made for companies who design and build their own software. So hence, really a developer edition. Now, of course, some of the softwares, generic softwares have now integrated as well, such as VRED and many of the simulation companies as well. So it starts to become also a tool, but in the beginning, it's really a developer edition only. Again, one of the things that we're certainly going to be addressing in the near future. But yeah, it's really tremendous when with the photorealistic mixed reality, you can actually see the world around you exactly as it is. And if you add virtual things into it, they look real. They look exactly as they would belong to the world around you. They get the reflections from the world around you automatically through our APIs. They get the light model. They cast shadows into the world. It really looks like you are not able to tell anymore what are the things in front of you that are real and which ones are virtual. And that's a goal, and that's the thing that we succeeded with the XR1. And now really to take it to the next level will be in near future, not far future. So let's go next. So just about the headsets. Now I'm wearing our VR1 headset. It's one of the first ever built from the Varjo factories. So really proud about that one. But it's not super light. And the reality is that for the wider adoption of VR to happen, the devices need to get lighter. Now, Oculus Quest did a tremendously good job on doing like an iterative step. If we just look at the 5 years into the future, I know really well that the lens optics and the displays are now at one of those pivotal points when you start to be able to really do great quality headsets that look like sunglasses. We're talking about that the whole optic stack can be made within like 2 centimeters thickness. So that could be the thickness of a headset that you would make for next year. And I'm sure that we start seeing that kind of headsets next year already. They're going to be using micro OLEDs as the screens if you want to have great quality, or then low resolution LCDs like what Huawei has been doing so far. I don't think that's the right way to do these first thin optics devices. I do hope that some companies will go with the micro OLEDs, because with those you will actually be able to achieve already quite nice result next year. But yeah, 5 years, all of the headsets will be like under 200 grams, really lightweight, really thin, comfortable. And those are the things that make it so that it's going to be nice and comfortable being here for the whole duration, 8 hours without stop. Let's go next. So very quickly about the quality difference between consumer and professional grade. So this is a photo taken from our headset. Let's go next. That's the zoom into that one. Let's go next. There you see basically a comparison between the Valve Index and our current generation headset. The point being that on one you cannot really read any of the text in there. On one you see everything in perfect detail and you're able to operate. Training side, there is a term called negative training, which is all about that you learn doing things that you should never do in real life. With the current consumer grade headsets, you need to be leaning forward to be able to read the displays, which is pretty much the last thing you should be doing under G. So, and you learn those behaviors and they hit you at the absolute worst of times if you learn negative patterns. So hence, being able to simulate the real world really accurately is super important in the professional training space, especially if you train for like a mission critical training for the companies. Let's go next. See, we're picking pace. So eye tracking, also one of the things that in 5 years, every single headset will have eye tracking. Think about how cool that will be if you want to do market research with billions of people. It's going to be great. I do think we should be limiting that one a little bit, doing some regulation from the government side as well. So that's the kind of like the negative part. The cool part is that it gives us really natural avatar behaviors. For example, in audience like this, it gives us great ways, new ways to interact naturally, almost without need to actually move anything. You would be able to do like mind reading from it. Medical side at 200 hertz, at even beyond that one, you're able to do a lot of new diagnoses with the eye tracking. Super cool. Emotional state tracking with the pupil dilutions. It's going to be really great. Then foveated rendering. So if we would be doing some super cool next generation headsets, they would be having like mind-blowing amount of pixels, and you absolutely need to do foveated rendering when we're advancing to the higher resolution panels. So like thinking about tens of millions of pixels per headset, you need to concentrate the compute to where the user is looking. So foveated rendering absolutely must. And super interestingly, we have been working a lot on foveated compression, and that's going to be one of those fundamental things advancing us to 5G and to cloud compute for the content. Again, one of the things that makes it that we can retain the high quality and keep the devices lightweight, because they don't necessarily anymore do the heavy lifting of the calculation. Okay, go next. Hand tracking, these are super cool and natural, these valve index controllers, but they're not quite the same as tracking your hands. So especially in things like this, when we're talking socially, hand tracking is super important. 5 years, every single headset has those. Quest has it, Quest 2 has it. There's not going to be a single one that doesn't have the hand tracking in 5 years. What I do think that in 5 years we also get finally is that with your hand tracking, you can detect the pressures from the hands naturally. So you start to be able to do also those triggering behaviors where you know that when I touch my fingers and apply a little bit of pressure, something happens every time. I can keep the fingers there connected to each other, and boom, 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 I'm able to look with my eyes, interact without any controllers needed. And that's going to be then in 10 years time, we will actually start feeling the things finally as well. Sure, there are some haptics gloves you can wear, but I've tried them all. They have some exact things that they're able to do, but really you cannot say that you feel things through them. It needs to be done quite differently, but in the next 10 years there will be plenty of companies solving that one, and I guarantee 2030 we start feeling the world as well. Next. Okay, so then professional workflow. The reality is that applications where you design things will, throughout the next decade as well, they will be predominantly 2D applications. Now, where I have my strongest belief is that they will be integrating so that you're seamlessly able to visualize the things in 3D as well. And that's going to be the direction for the highest end professionals. Then sure, for many of us who are not designers ourselves, there will be also tools within the next decade that are nice and convenient to use and visualize things that are immersive, because it's more difficult for us to imagine and learn like very professional 2D CAD tools rather than like think that, okay, I want to create a beam which is like 5 meters in width. I want to move it exactly there. That's going to be natural. That's going to be happening, but the pros will be still 2D in this time. So just integrating and merging with the 3D world very easily. Like Keyshot from Luxion, they have like one-click VR button. So you work on 2D, you click that button, boom, it's in 3D. Use it in mixed reality, use it in virtual reality. You do some changes, you take the headset off, you continue in 2D. Or maybe you do it through virtual monitors inside the model that you're designing. Let's see, that's a trajectory for sure. So next, please. All right, so remote collaboration, we touched a little bit. This is a direct scene and grab from the Kia's collaboration in their collaboration sessions. I have no idea why every German designer wants to look like Darth Vader. They do. By all means, do it. But that looks weird. Funnily, so I mentioned that they feel that this is now super comfortable to use, all great, and so forth. I do think that in 5 years, the mixed reality aspect becomes more interesting. So ability to holoport places in real time, like actual physical places, physical people, and do that data streaming to other parts of the world. Those are the kind of things that also really enable us to reduce, again, the business travel need, because you can really feel that you're in a different physical environment, which is updating in real time, and you don't have to go there yourself physically. Again, removing like a new segment of these things that you can replace with virtual tools. We start to have the technology now, but it's a long way to actually productize things properly and then have the adoption happening. So 25, we start to have actually really real users for things like that, and it brings value as well. And then 25 plus, lifelike transport of people and places one-to-one, that's going to happen between 25 and 30 for sure. And from 25 onwards, there starts to be more and more jobs that only exist in VR, which is going to be super cool. I wonder what those will be, though. Let's see. Time will tell. Let's go next. So a little bit on the education and training. Let's go next. I think we touched it a little bit already. Here would be a video. I forgot to ask you guys to make it into a video, but this is basically what is called a mixed reality trainer. So you have a physical cockpit, in this case from US Air Force, their T-45 Hawk trainer. So the cockpit is real. All of those panels in there, they are real. But when you put our headset on, everything around this cockpit actually is virtual. And typically that's done with a dome simulator. That costs like 5 to 10 million for this exact thing. Many laser projectors, super difficult to maintain. Somebody like stumbles on something and all calibrations are lost and so forth. Takes a huge amount of space. And this is what we have been now transitioning with the, for example, US Air Force in the ranges of like hundreds of units. Again, the cool thing is that you only do things same way as you would do when you fly. I think, yeah, we'll get some really cool quotes next week, maybe, from Lockheed Martin on this ones. But really, when you train on a jet like this, you're able to use your hands, touch those controls physically, and yet get the full benefit of the virtual technologies. But you learn that physical manipulation, you learn the muscle memory, and it's only positive training. It's super cool. Let's go next. So then really age-old thing from Edgar Dale's Cone of Learning. I think most of you guys have seen this, but it's one of those things that tells you why it's so cool to learn in the mixed reality. So people tend to remember roughly 10% that they read, 20% what they hear. So we remember a little bit better when somebody speaks out loud the ideas. 30% of what we see, for example, through a video. So it's, again, a little bit better. But then we remember 90% of the things that we do, which is why there is this learn by doing model is really strong. And of course, virtual reality makes it really easy to do and thus learn by doing. And that's why it gives such huge value. This will also mean that looking forward into the future, we will be now having more and more adoption, not only for the like most mission critical training like astronauts and pilots, but soon also making so that even in education sector we start using these technologies. Of course, lots and lots content needs to be developed because these are, again, nothing but gimmicks for any industry until you have the software so that it becomes a tool. And that starts to be in the tip of the iceberg for the professionals, but not for everybody. Yeah, thanks. Okay, next. I think we're all in a good place already. So consumption and e-commerce next. So yeah, shame that we cannot see any of the videos. But anyway, so one of the really cool things is that with the mixed reality technologies, when you put the headset on, just like you have seen from many Apple commercials, you're able to scan the room and then you can start manipulating it. You can replace the flooring, you can replace the couches, you can browse from the IKEA catalog, your favorite couch, put it there, see how it looks, change the different colors for that one. All of those catalog items start to be available already. And it's basically missing the headsets from people's homes and the really convenient applications to make it so that you can start really doing purchase decisions completely differently when you can see how things will look at your home exactly as they will be when you get them eventually to your home. This will be one of the reasons that you also start reducing again like physical shopping, because you're able to get much better shopping experience with the immersive technologies. You can see wider catalog, you can see that the place that you will actually have them, and you're able to play around with the ideas. It's really interesting what this does to the brick and mortar. It's not going to be like the final blow. I do think that this is one of the things that will be changing the way that brick and mortars operate. It could also be that they will have fantastic places for you to try much larger catalog of products than you can sample today at especially the smaller shops. Could also be changing their revenue models, which will be a bigger thing for sure. So IKEA, they have all of their 3D models today as available for any sampling like this. BIM Object does the same thing for like much bigger variety of brands. They have 2,000 brands of furniture and appliances in their catalog, but the quality of the models is not as high as with the IKEA. So those are the kind of things that, again, will take years to change. But once there, then you can start really building the applications. So it's going to be super cool area for sure, and will change fundamentally way our purchase behavior works. Well, let's go next. And then, yeah, I think we have a bit of repetition here. Real estate, purchasing the houses. We've already started working with some of the millionaire level real estate projects where, again, you're able to see for either the future real estate that will be super expensive and shown only to specific customers, or then for the cases that some people are doing scans of existing real estates and showing those to their clients with headsets. Again, it's so different when you don't need to go to every place physically to be able to really have a sense of the scale, really get a feel how they will be, and then you only go to the place that you purchase. Maybe you never go there before you have purchased the places. Definitely will be doing a huge change. AI assisted design. So I was throwing these ideas about how you do decorations at home, but really taking AIs to any of these mixes is always so empowering, because AIs are first-class citizens in the mixed reality world, not only for their understanding, but also for the sake that that how well they can manipulate the world around you. So that's going to be mind-blowing. But yeah, I think that's about it for my 20 minutes, maybe, of visioning of 5 years into the future. So any questions? Happy to answer here any questions you guys might have, and then you can contact me via email, Urho at varjo.com or Twitter, Konttori. So we can continue dialogue there as well. But any questions? Shoot.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the visionary and enthusiastic talk. Now, I heard already throughout the presentation that we do actually have questions, and we do have questions from the YouTube chat. So let's try that out.
Okay.
I'll give the mic to our
Super cool.
moderator, Laura, who will tell the question. So Laura, you are on the air now.
Go.
Sorry, Laura, we cannot hear you for some reason. It's sounding pretty weird. Hey, maybe if you just whisper it in my ear, and I can give the question to Urho. So here we have a question from the YouTube chat from Stephanie Fernier. Do you plan to have hand-finger tracking technologies with Varjo headsets?
Yeah, absolutely. So we already have hand tracking included in the VR2 Pro, and we do feel that that's going to be something that will be integrated in all of our products in the future. By the way, there is a bit of echo going on at the moment on the line.
Yeah, we noticed we're working to deactivate that. I think it's coming from a bit of a delay from the chat. There it goes. We have 1 minute for one more question. So Kim Nyberg, you are on the air now.
Okay. Hi, Urho. Nice to see you again.
Hey.
Good talk.
Nice.
Quick question.
Sorry, there's some weird echo going on. Urho, can you maybe mute for?
Okay.
Oh.
Is it still echoing?
Apparently not.
Okay. So quick question. How do you see neural interfacing? I mean, from point of view of haptic feedback and also controlling the mixed reality experience in the next 5 to 10 years?
I think when you combine it with eye tracking, it's going to be pretty powerful. At the moment, it seems like you would be able to detect like individual action items, possibly not much more, but then again, like being able to just detect a click, that will be really empowering combined with eye tracking. So I think it's going to be in some shape or form useful for everyday behaviors.
Okay, cool.
Awesome. Thank you very much for the presentation once again. And do you have time to answer maybe people's questions right now after in the other side of the event, perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the pavilion or?
Yeah,
why not?
Like there's the teleport is in that direction where I'm pointing right now. There's arrow going to VR Pavilion Finland, so you can meet Urho there if you have more questions.
Yes.
So thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Let's give a set of virtual applause like this. Fire up the emoji chat. Yeah, let's go. All right. Cool. Now we are going straight to the next presenter. Gonna have Oleg Nikolaenko from Axio VR Studio telling us about narrative and storytelling and VR content with live actors. So Oleg, are you here? Looking for. Oleg, if you can hear me and you are in some of the other rooms, please come to the room number 2. And you can do it by going to the host panel and then rooms. There is Oleg. Yes, yes. Please. Right. So before we start, can you, if you go to the host tools, can you activate the amplify my voice?
Yes.
Please.
Yes, done.
Okay. Is it done? Okay. Can you maybe put 1 or 2 clicks more to your mic volume? So if you hover your.
Okay, it's maximum
okay.
now.
Yes. Okay. Now this is better.
Better. Okay. Good.
Yes. Yes. And then one final thing. Go to the host panel and put yourself on air. So click go on air so people in other rooms can hear you as well.
Yes. Done.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you very much, Oleg. And the stage is yours. Go on right ahead.
Thank you very much. So my name is Oleg Nikolaenko, and I'm creative director of AltspaceVR Studio. Today I want to present you our VR project that have raised storytelling, or I prefer to say narrative, as a new art form in virtual reality. Please, next slide. Yes. Our company Axio was founded just 1 year ago. So we have working experience in VR for 4 years. And using our proprietary technology and style, we write and produce an artistic content with the live actors in virtual reality. This is the main feature of our VR projects. Please, next. Our team is quite small but efficient. We are all professional theater and filmmakers with extensive experience, and this is very important thing for understanding our projects. So Elli is an amazing actress, producer, and CEO of our company. Daniel Bakalin, coder, programming, 3D modeling, motion design, and VR development. And I'm creative director, and my background and profession is a theater and multimedia show direction with over 100 released projects. Please, next. Well, when I first experienced virtual reality and learned about VR technologies, I realized that this is the completely new world. This is a real three-dimensional reality in which we have unlimited possibilities. And as a theater director, I wondered if we have a completely new real world and new tools to work with, is it possible to make a theater performance in virtual reality with the real volumetric actors? While, of course, I have seen other art projects that used animated 3D human models, but I prefer to work with live actors, and it was a pretty ambitious task. Therefore, we started looking for a solution, developing our own tools. And the solution was quite simple, the green screen. As you know, to use the chroma key ink in virtual studios is a very old technology, and it's very common technology for film and TV productions. Please, next slide. So we shot the actors on a green screen, but to create the volumetric effect, we used a stereoscopic camera. Then we got high quality stereoscopic footages and integrated into 3D virtual scenery. Here you can see some examples how it looks like. Of course, we know about volumetric capture and video, and I really appreciate this technology. But I find this is not yet ready for our tasks because of the quality and accessibility. I've seen VR project with volumetric video and it looks very interesting, but so far it's not stitched well enough yet, and it's too glitchy and noisy on my opinion. For instance, if we need to show any abstract characters using particle clouds or some characters from memories or dreams, this is very effective. And in the future, when the tech is better and accessible, I would like to work with this technique.
But in meantime, for us, the stereoscopic video is higher quality and simpler to implement. Please, next, show video. In this video, you can see some examples of what stereoscopic actually looks like. Okay, and I just want to emphasize that this is all 3D and stereoscopic in virtual reality. And I think that such live actors in VR make the experience more believable and engaging for viewers. And now I want to briefly show some of our art projects that we made in the last 3 years. Please, next. Our first and the most complex project in VR was the interactive virtual show Kalevala Episodes, based on the stories of the epos Kalevala. This is the 40-minute immersive fantasy trip into the mysterious worlds of Kalevala heroes, ancient culture and atmosphere made using modern vision and sound technology with electronic and folk music. We have made this project in collaboration with the National Theatre of Karelia from Petrozavodsk, Russia, and with the support of Kone Foundation, TINFO, and the Karjalan Sivistysseura, Finland. Please, next. This VR performance took 6 months of development, and the premiere was in Helsinki in September 2018. Over the past years, I watched over 100 different VR projects and performances at various festivals, and I can say now confidently that Kalevala is one of the first in the world such performance with live actors in VR. Please, next. And in this project we used a mixed technique. Some of scenes were fully 3D modeled in VR, and some we filmed in real locations in Karelia, and it was shown in 3D 360 format. In the scenery we also used photogrammetry. We captured it and made the real models of stones, boats and sledges. Please, next. We built this project using Unity application, and it has a huge size, more than 120 gigabytes. And everything was rendered in real time, and this allows us to use interactivity like 6 degrees of freedom. The viewer can move in space, interact with objects, approach and look at the actors. And the actors were of very different scale. And here, as you can see on this picture, we also used the volumetric video. It's very low quality. It was captured on Kinect, and we use it as a particle cloud. This year, Kalevala Episodes was nominated for the biggest Russian theater award, Golden Mask, and it was the first virtual performance in the history of this award. Please, next. So this is shortly about the Kalevala. We decided to make our second VR project a little easier, so that it would be possible to show this film and project on wireless headsets, send it to festivals and share via internet. Please, next. This is a 12-minute narrative film, Forgotten Keys, based on a short story by Russian writer Alexander Kuprin. This story is a kind of philosophical legend or fairy tale for adults, very dramatic and impressive. The film is in 3D 360 format, non-interactive, and it's optionally in languages English and Russian. Please, next. In this film, we used the same approach, stereoscopic video embedded into virtual scenery. Filming with actors took only 1 day, and then we spent 6 months of work with animation, lights, effects, sound design, and build composing. In this project, we improved the quality and the resolution of the video by using a special capture system in Unity and then a cube projection in our own player for headsets. Please, next. And the last spring, our film, Forgotten Keys, was selected for the official VR program at the Tribeca Film Festival 2020 in New York. And finally, please, next slide. Finally, our newest project. Yes. This is a VR music video, Stella Maris, with a legendary Russian musician and poet Boris Grebenshchikov. Next picture, please. And this is not only the music video. I can say this is rather a short VR film, a mystical trip into the unreal worlds of this song. In this project, we used photogrammetry and a lot of particle generators with a new render in Unity. And the millions of particles appearing per second create an amazing 3D effects and transformations. Please, next slide. And of course, in this project, we used the stereoscopic filming and the moving camera, which allowed us to move and fly around the actor. And exactly at this moment, our VR film Stella Maris is showing at the 360 Film Festival in France. And also this video is available for free on Oculus TV and Amaze VR platform. Please, next. Well, our studio is currently working on several projects, and one of which is VR ballet. We are developing this project in cooperation with a choreographer and dancer of the very famous opera and ballet Mariinsky Theater from St. Petersburg. This is this project in progress, and we will use the same stereoscopic video integrated into the 3D scene. But the next stage, next project, I'm planning to make the cinematic feature, like the cinematic film in virtual reality with a good story, with a real location, with actors, costumes, and makeup and everything, without any kind of VR effects and VR modeling, something like 3D 360 film in virtual reality. Please, next slide. And I believe that this kind of narrative content with live actors in VR is a new art form which can give a completely new experience and impressions in the VR for the wider range of viewers to elevate our field, not only games or interactive apps. I think we have to create and offer new high-quality art entertainment like films or performances with the live actors that engage more users in VR. Thank you very much. It's shortly about our projects and this narrative in virtual reality.
All right, thank you very much, Oleg. So let's see. Yes, we have people have found the emoji clap button. We got a nice applause for you. Then it's time for some audience questions. So go right ahead if you want to ask anything about narrative techniques in virtual reality, etc. Oleg is the expert. Yes, so we have some questions incoming. Laura Maria, you are on the air.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Okay, Oleg. Thank you for the great presentation and the great artistic experience about the art productions that you're doing. May I ask, do you have a professional producer to involve the audience in your projects? You mentioned something about the audience development.
Thank you for the question. You mean to, oh, sorry, something the noisy. Do you mean the how we share our projects? Okay, yeah. If I understand correctly, we try to share and to somehow monetize our artistic projects with we have some contracts with distributors and VR platforms, and for instance our last VR video Stella Maris is available on Oculus TV and Amaze VR. So but we are always open for new contacts, for new producers and ideas how to make this content more accessible and more to have more audience, of course. Okay,
thank you. I also there are more if you can answer.
Yes, sure. I just want to say
that
we have a VR showroom here in Finland Pavilion, so you can visit our showroom and see the installation from our projects and get to know more about us. Thank you.
Nice. So yes, absolutely, you should visit Axios showroom. It's beautiful. There was a question from YouTube. Let's do this and then one more. So thank you for the presentation. What was the most challenging thing about volumetric videos, and were these challenges expected?
Okay, I just want to notice that it is not volumetric video. It is stereoscopic video with volumetric effect. So you can see absolutely volumetric actors and a person in VR, but we use the stereoscopic. It's much simply, as I said. And I'm planning to work with this technology for a few years more, maybe. While the volumetric video and the capture is still not very accessible for us.
Yeah, that's a very important and good distinction between volumetric and stereoscopic. Thank you. Now, there was one more question from the audience, but it somehow disappeared from the host panel.
Okay, no problem. Let's have a break.
All right, if it's not coming on in 1 minute, we'll just have a break.
Okay, I'm here and you can contact me anytime. Thank you.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here's the question.
Yes.
So, Aaror, you are on the air.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you, Oleg. Actually, my question was about the distribution, but maybe now that you answered a little bit about that, so how does it go with the festivals? What's the kind of deal in there when you show your piece in festivals?
Yes, of course. After Tribeca Film Festival, we had a lot of new contacts and partners. that we are working with now. Yes, the festivals is very important to join. It's not maybe awarded on festival, but it's very important to be there and to have the laurels, of course. Why not? And to have a bigger audience, to promote and to share our content. Yeah, it's very important.
Yes. Thank you.
And just last month, we showed our project Kalevala in interactive version for Golden Mask Award in Moscow, and it was really like for the theater people in Moscow. They are very experienced and they're watching a lot of things, but they were really amazed about this VR interactive performance. It was the first for the most of viewers. It was the first experience in VR and such interactive experience, and it was really good feedback. We had a lot of good feedback and sharing our project there with theater, and we had some contacts from theaters to collaborate and make something new like theater performance in virtual reality.
All right, thank you very much. I think we'll have a short technical break to change gears and change people here in the amphitheater. And next up, in about 5 minutes, Sebastian Schlecht from Aalto University will tell us more about virtual acoustics in 6 Degrees of Freedom.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
the other Santeri here again. Next, we will hear from Sebastian Slecht from Aalto University about virtual acoustics in 6 degrees of freedom. So Sebastian, please go ahead.
Okay, hello everyone. Hope you can hear me. Yeah, so thanks for the introduction. I'm Sebastian Slecht, a professor of practice at Aalto University for sound in VR. I'm working both at the Department of Signal Processing in the School of Electric Engineering and also in the Department of Media, so in the School of Arts. So in my job, I try to kind of see this problem of sound in VR from these two perspectives, and one technical and one more design and art oriented. Please, next slide. Okay, so what is 6 degrees freedom audio? Maybe you're kind of the audience where I don't need to kind of explain this too much in detail. So I'll give you just a small reminder on what it is. Well, you have from the listener's perspective 3 degrees of freedom when you rotate your head, so you can move it to left and right, up and down, and so on. And here in AltspaceVR, you actually have also the other 3 degrees of freedom. So actually move around in space and so translate my head in these 3 spatial coordinates. So 3 + 3 is then the 6 degrees of freedom. But the key point here is why this is of a special interest to us is that we have proprioception. So different to kind of the video games we have already quite a while as a first-person 3D world where you move yourself with your vastique and your mouse through the world, you actually use your body to rotate your head and move around in space if you have a room scale VR experience. And this influences quite a lot also the perception of audio. Well, because of you are used so much that these two senses, the movement and the hearing, are interconnected. Next slide, please. So this is the listener perspective, and but there's also kind of a more sound field perspective or a physical perspective, if you like. So here's a slice of a so-called wave-based simulation of a concert hall. You see it from the side, and normally it would be an animation, but because of some limitations, it's just one time instance. And you see here on the right-hand side of this concert hall on the stage, while a sound source, it radiates spherical waves, and as soon as this spherical wave hits some of the surfaces, you get these reflections and a complex interaction between all these sound waves. The point I like to make here is that every single place in this concert hall sounds different. To what extent it sounds different and what exactly matters on these differences, well, that's then the more complicated questions. But first of all, it is this physical process, which is also spatial. Next slide, please. And there's kind of an experience perspective, or I could have also called maybe more a sound design perspective. And I would like to make the claim that in 6 degrees of freedoms, you have a lot of broken assumptions you typically have in spatial audio in the last few decades. And you will experience actually each and single one of these experiences when you're here in AltspaceVR. So let's start maybe here on the top left with near field. So well, many of the sounds you're actually producing in room scale experiences are quite close to you. So let's say within 1 meter. Well, the reason is obvious because you're manipulating with your hands your world, and by this also creating many of these sounds. So the machines you're operating, the objects you're operating, many of them are rather close. And also if you talk to persons, we don't have a virus yet here in virtual space, so we can still kind of stand close to each other. And the acoustics of near field sound is actually quite different than in the so-called far field. So you have a different type of frequency contents. We know these sounds very intimately because they matter to us, well, because they're close. So you have to treat these near field sources specifically. And source directivity is another one. So if I turn around here in space, you won't hear any difference. Well, that is also because I hear on air, and I guess all the acoustic is disabled. But so it's not, but it is not just a lack of realism here. For example, if you hear on the Old Space cocktail party, you will quickly realize that your conversation is not as private. Although if you make these circles of conversations like you used to do in the real world, you will hear conversations pretty strongly from the other parties, which can be quite distracting and disorientating. And source directivity is one of the missing features here. For example, hear my human voice, I would project much more sound energy to the front than to the back. And of course, we know and we have adapted to these features. Occlusion is another one. Normally in the real world, if I would hold the hands in front of my mouth, it would get muffled. That's also true for all kinds of other objects, walls and doors and so on. And these occlusions actually help us to structure our oral space, leading then also, if you kind of scale this up, also to complex room acoustics. And so far, a lot of audio research actually went into perception of single rooms, so studio spaces, concert halls, and so on, also often kind of acoustically treated rooms. But now in VR, of course, we have to deal much more with everyday spaces, quite complex combinations of spaces. So in this forum, for example, well, we have kind of this very circular space with a quite special acoustics normally, and then all the terrace with these single reflections from these ceilings and so on. So the types of acoustics we have to deal with are quite different. And then, like all other technologies and algorithms you're running in VR, you have to do these in real time. So, well, you get in auditory domain something like 10 to 20 milliseconds of latency, which is bearable, and you have to, well, that's the time you get for compensating for all these changes. Next slide, please. So I would like to argue that it makes sense to actually view this problem from three perspectives. One is technical, one is perceptual, and the last one is from an art and design perspective. So I'll go through a few of the projects we're doing in the Alta Acoustic Labs, and to tackle this 6 degrees of audio. There are, of course, many other groups and also companies working on the problem. So bear with me if I can't give you their kind of a full overview. Okay, next slide, please. So let's start with some of the technology we are developing currently. Here is for the room scale capturing. I mean, the first question is, well, to study all these problems, we actually need some real-world data. So one of our PhD students, Georg Götz, developed these autonomous robots. Oh, sorry for this terrible amount of aliasing from our anechoic chamber. These are basically modified cleaning hoovers. They can move around in space well on their own with based on the random walk algorithms, and they're very easy to set up. So we can kind of leave them alone for a few days, and they transition through multiple rooms and capture all these different acoustic responses. One is equipped with a loudspeaker and the other with a spherical microphone array. And after we gather all these data, this is then the basis for some quite powerful machine learning algorithms. Please, the next slide. There are also, we have worked on techniques to solve this problem with a quite minimal setup, because the one you've seen so far before is, well, you have to have quite some time to measure these spaces, but there are also parametric capturing techniques, which are much more suited to complement, for example, the stereoscopic visual capturing. So you have one microphone here on the bottom, a spherical microphone, so it also captures the direction of the sound. And well, if you want to oralize the sound and the position of the microphone, that's relatively simple. But the question is, well, what happens if you move away from the microphone position, for example, here to the left? Then you can do with these parametric capturing, do some geometric transformation on the arrival of the sound and also on the distance. Next slide, please. So these are two more capturing, so real-world database techniques. And there is also, well, like in 3D graphics, also the possibility to synthesize these things from scratch. So with the firmer job I had with the Fraunhofer IIS, that's in Erlangen, Germany, you might know this as the home of MP3, and they also have quite a big division now on spatial audio and audio in VR. What we developed together is a VR sound plugin called the Space Lab. It will be released commercially beginning of next year with Fiedler Audio. And here's just a kind of a schematic version of this plugin. You have this kind of bigger blob as the listener position, and these colored dots around as the source positions, and around this, well, just the simplified visuals for the room acoustic boundaries. But the point here is that this is a quite high-end sound engine, which computes all kinds of direct sound effects, early reflections, late reverberation, and that with quite efficient computation, so you can also run it on mobile platforms if necessary. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so far to the technical side, and I would like to say a few words about 6 degrees of audio perception. And first of all, one question is, what do you really want to achieve here? And there's the whole range between authenticity and plausibility. So authenticity being the state where you present a virtual sound source, which is exactly an exact digital twin to the real world counterpart, and plausibility where you only ask that the virtual sound source you're introducing is consistent enough to your expectations and to your real world sonic environment. So the basic paradigm is what you would expect typically in augmented reality, but you can use these testing paradigms also to evaluate our perception in virtual reality. We have just recently conducted a new experiment, what we call transfer plausibility, which is really your typical mixed reality situation, that you have a few sound sources in the real world going on. You're introducing now one virtual source, and the question for the listening test participant is to figure out which of these sound sources is actually a virtual one. And that might be surprising for people in the visual domain, but in the acoustic domain, we're kind of getting close now to the state that that people actually have difficulties figuring out which one is the virtual source, especially if the scene complexity, so the acoustic environment is not too simple. Next slide, please. Okay, I've talked about near field perception. That's also something we worked on here with tracked
loudspeaker, so a handheld loudspeaker, and really would like to emphasize here that the proprioception, that really kind of the knowledge that you are moving this loudspeaker closer and further away from you, how much this influences the perception as compared that in being a forced movement on you or just a source movement. Next slide, please. And regarding the complex rooms, I would like to also hear a very recent study we started with our postdoc, Thomas Mackenzie, on room transitions. So what you see here is, well, one of these directional spherical microphones, and we created this high-resolution data set of acoustic measurements while this microphone moves in every 5 centimeters on this line. And what we would like to study here is how much complexity typically human beings can take from these acoustic transitions. And so we have on the one side, that's where the camera is, a relatively dry office meeting space, and on the other side is a quite reverberant hallway. So two very different acoustic environments. These are also spatially quite distinct. So because of the doorway, we have some portaling effects, and the reverberant field is not as enveloping as it is often described in theory. So a lot of new complexity introduced. But if you think it from a VR perspective, that's actually a very common case. So we try to learn more about the perceptual requirements here. Next slide, please. So these were kind of the technical aspects and the perceptual requirements. And here I would like to highlight one project we did from the art side. We did this autumn as a collaboration with Quiet Speaker, Andrea Mancianti and Roberto Fusco. And the piece is called Remote and Displays. It was showcased in the Ars Electronica this year, which was also completely virtual in Mozilla Hubs, quite similar, let's say, WebXR-based platform to AltspaceVR. It also has quite a lot of these similar limitations in what you can do sound-wise. So it's more, instead of going these very high-tech ways and wishing for any computational power you actually have to work around with a lot simpler tools and still try to, well, make the best out of it and create an interesting sonic experience. I also brought here a trailer. I think it's binauralized, so for those of you wearing headphones, I hope it works. So please, the next slide and the video. Okay, great. It's still on the Ars Electronica server, so if you're interested, you can still experience it in VR in full 6 degrees of freedom. Just a small note, we are also collaborating in the HUMOR project, Human-Oriented XR. I think Jukka Häkkinen from Helsinki University was talking earlier today, also working in this project. So we're doing the sound side of this quite big consortium of universities and companies here in Finland. Okay, next slide, please. Well, so to wrap up, I hope I was able to convince you that it makes sense to see this problem of 6 degrees of freedom audio from these three perspectives, and that in the end we'll need these quite efficient and real-time algorithms, but tune it to the specific applications we have and the requirements we have in terms of realism, but also in terms of comfort and computational requirements. Well, that's it from my side. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. That was very interesting. So if anyone has any questions, please use the raise hand button and I will give you the microphone. Any questions, anyone?
Yeah, I'm just curious what kind of microphone that was. That's in the room transition picture. This was an Eigen mic. So I think it has 32 capsules and gives you the third or fourth order ambisonics.
Yes, we have one question from Oleg from Axia. So.
Hiya. Hey. That's I just asked it. Thank you. Hiya. Thanks.
Put yourself on air and amplify your voice as your host. There you go. Now we should be able to hear you.
My question has already been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Looks like there's no more questions. So thanks again, Sebastian, for interesting talk. And we'll have a short break for the next speaker.
Thanks a lot.
Odotetaan Hannu pari minuuttia vielä, niin ollaan suurin piirtein aikataulussa. Kuuluu, mutta aika hiljainen. Siinä mikin päälle kun vie hiiren, niin siitä saa pistettyä plussaa vähän. Mä käyn kuuluttamassa sut sisään, niin muistat laittaa sen on air ja amplify päälle ennen kuin aloitat. Okay, let's go on with our next speaker. Next one is Hannu Lesonen from Anarchy Labs, and he will be talking about MR as a disruptor in drones industry. Hannu, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Hannu Lesonen, the CEO and founder of the Anarchy Labs. Great to be here. Great talk so far. Thanks for Helsinki Center for this opportunity, of course. And sorry, I'm only on laptop here because we are actually HoloLens developers, and what's with the AltspaceVR not being available on HoloLens yet, Microsoft. But okay. At Anarchy Labs, we are fully about boosting industries with AR. So next slide, please. So I'm sure this is a common sight for most of us nowadays. A pilot trying to be in control of the tiny drone in the sky. And this could have been a picture of me just a couple of years ago when I was building and controlling photo shooting drones for my friends' companies. And at that time, really seeing and firsthand experiencing the struggle in understanding where this killer of machine, the drone with like heavy equipment, was heading for, and what it was actually shooting the cameras at. And then, while in operation, when the director guy staring at the video feed monitor said, "Hannu, sorry, you're drifting to the side a bit there," I realized that yes, he can see that in that video feed monitor, but me, the pilot, I couldn't see that out there when the drone was pretty far away, and so I really couldn't react to it. I didn't have any means to like understand the situation correctly. But at that same moment, I realized that I could actually make that sideways drifting visible up there. and much more of the information the drone already knows, because it's a robot with these magnificent sensors and knowledge of its velocities and accelerations. I could actually draw that kind of information into the sky where it really belongs by using augmented reality. And so I did it. So next slide, please. So here's where it started, or here's actually already a second generation of it. A typical day in the life of an outdoors augmented reality developer, flying drones, seeing development results immediately there at the field. So yeah, what could be more fun? And it was fun when at the radio-controlled model airplane field, I was testing things out and getting comments from everybody. What's happening here? What are you doing? Well, anyway, with this open source hardware, open source software drone with MetaVision second generation glasses, and with my background in AR, VR, application development and design from early 2000s, this really was just another project in which some hardware, some software just needed to be integrated in some unknown ways to create the new product. So what followed was a lot of research into drone hardware, telemetry protocols, drone software, GPS, SDKs, especially of course into MetaVision SDK, which actually prohibited augmented reality after 10 meters. So I just had to hack that a bit too. But piece by piece, the proof of concept gradually built up. And when I finally flew it for the first time, well, I just started laughing there, alone at the model airplane field, looking at the drone in the distance, near this like edge of this forest, totally in control, totally understanding for the first time where the drone was headed, which way my controls worked, what was the direction, what was the distance from the ground, the height, and also height above the forest. This was so easy. Finally, that's when I realized this is going to be like revolutionary stuff. Then, when I discussed this project at AWE in Munich late last year, and got these like constant responses of, what? Outdoors AR with drones? What are you talking about? Very interesting, and yes, probably very challenging. So that was the response. And it really dawned on me that I was pretty much alone in that field at the moment. So I also realized that when I was talking with these people, with many different people, I realized that I now really have to get this thing started for real. I cannot delay it anymore. So next slide, please. I gathered a group of like interested people around me, a collection of real technology experts. Here are founders on the left, me, Lassi, then our member of board, Johan Westberg, Steve Jackson, all people that I had known for a while already, like tens of years already, and had been discussing stuff. And then coming back from the AWE Munich, and discussing the traction there, we then just realized that this needs a company. Let's put the money together. Let's create it. And so Anarchy Labs was created. At AWE Munich, I also met with Santeri Suominen from here in Helsinki XR Center, and so we quite naturally ended up part of this Helsinki XR Center hub. Also, we are invested in by Nordic XR startups who have been like an immense help for us. Thanks, Petri, who was talking just a minute ago, or a couple of hours ago. And we are also in the XR Nation network, which are all really helping us in networking, have also helped us in getting the helping hands we needed, and of course, creating a buzz around the project. So next slide, please. And now, Anarchy Labs was founded in March this year, and the current team naturally includes me and Lassi, the founders, Lassi being the technical lead. And we have now also excellent helping hand from Emily as our marketing lead and Daniel as our designer developer help. And what's most important of us all here is that we are industry experts. We've already shown that strength in creating the minimum viable product in 6 months. Of course, we have also excellent help from the backup team there, the lower part of the screen. Johan and Steve still as really active members of the board, and already some important advisors in the team. So growing the team, small but efficient, trying to grow fast. Next slide, please. Now, coming back to the problem in more detail and how we then solve it. So what's important here? At the drone operator, squinting at the sky, again trying to see the drone, and then diverting the gaze from the sky to look at the controller, at the information on the display that is attached to the controller. Then trying to find the drone in the sky again, and totally losing the control of the situation. And this is not only happening with hobbyists. This is actually reality in industry operations. Next slide, please. So when talking about industries, this is a problem with real costs. Because the drone cannot be seen far away behind an obstacle in low light conditions, and especially because information is not shown where it should be. So the pilot's focus is divided between the drone and the controller, which leads to poor situational awareness and even to the legal requirement of a separate spotter person to stand by the pilot. So we are talking about really inefficient processes, and especially in businesses where it matters. Next slide, please. But what if you could see where the drone is in the dark? Next slide, please. What if the fire department pilots could actually see the drone through the smoke? Next slide, please. And what if the building inspector could see the drone through the building? Now, we all here know that this can be done with augmented reality. This can actually be done. Next slide, please. So, we have done it at Anarchy Labs. Horus AR, our first product, solves these problems and is disrupting professional drone operations. We are now routinely flying drones with HoloLens glasses with world-based information, spatial interfaces. This leads to more efficient business processes, with the pilots, professional pilots, estimating 40% savings immediately, just by removing the need of moving your gaze between, moving your focus between the drone and the controller, then finding a drone. This immediately makes the process more efficient. Next slide, please. So we have already reached the minimum viable product stage. We have first clients ready to sign. We have had actually 3 demonstrations in a few weeks now. So 3 companies demonstrated, 2 of them ready to sign, 1/3 of them ready to start a project for their specific needs. Several other interested customers are actively involved in our feature definitions and will give us valuable feedback. And the patenting process is started. And that's why I'm really sorry that I'm not able to actually show the real UI pictures in videos in public yet. I can share those in private one-to-one meetings or with organized meetings, but our patenting guys are really strict on this. Don't display the UI at this stage, not in public. And of course, it's not all been dancing on roses. Of course, there have been challenges along the way, and not least of which has been the availability of the HoloLens 2 glasses. And luckily, again, Helsinki XR Center really made the difference, being probably one of the first places in Europe to get the HoloLens 2 glasses actually delivered here. So that immediately boosted our development process, which we are really, really grateful for the Helsinki XR Center. Then creating all the software needed for the drone controller, which is on Android platform, for the HoloLens 2, which is, of course, this limited mobile Windows platform. Then reading and integrating the telemetry and video feeds from the drone, plus all the other needed supporting background services. And finally, the actual UI and UX development and testing. Well, it's been a real roller coaster of a project, but we have overcome all the obstacles and with great speed, I would say. Of course, all because of the excellent team behind it. And so, next slide, please. Our mission is simple. Return the gaze of the pilot to the sky where the drone is. And then going into more general cases, returning the focus of an industrial operator where the task is, and displaying meaningful data there. So we are going to revolutionize professional operations, not just drone operations. Next slide, please. And well, the roadmap, it is exciting. So we are starting with expert product for a drone inspection industry. Then we will go towards other drone industries. And while doing that, while working with these different expert companies and operators, we will become the leader in AR for drones, for drone operations, which will then make us ready to conquer the consumer markets when the AR glasses eventually become affordable and really comfortable to use, just like Urho from Varjo just said. Then from these drone markets towards civil aviation, urban air mobility, robots underwater, underground, and so on. So really targeting big industries. And finally, making us not just a drone company, And the industries and companies, well, yeah, as you can see from the names at the bottom row there, they are huge and the markets are expanding rapidly. Next slide, please. Competition. This is, of course, what's been asked always. And we have had a market research done, and the results were going into markets with a new product to the markets that are rapidly growing was the message. So surprisingly, no competition at the moment. Next slide, please. Traction is huge and coming from surprising directions even. Like the Red Bull race pilot here, coming from Palme Lucky, not so surprising at all. Palme has been really interested in us. And that's because there really aren't those similar products or real competition. So yeah, we have got the eye of many directions. So the flyby guys there at the left bottom, they just recently even made a deal with Intel to control their huge drone swarms. And when they discussed our system, the Intel guys immediately got interested. And yeah, several other collaboration projects and even first third-party integration projects are in the talks. Next slide, please. So that's basically it. That's how we got started, where we are now, and where we are heading towards. Not just a drone company, and not just an AR house either, but really targeting and boosting industries. So, next slide. Thank you all for your attention, and any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, Hannu. That was really interesting. So again, same system as before. If you have any questions for Hannu, please use the raise hand button in AltSpace or type your questions on YouTube chat. Looks like we don't have any questions at this moment.
Yeah.
So thank you again, Hannu. Everyone, you can find Hannu
Thank
later
you.
on and discuss in private as well. This
Yes,
is really
and,
interesting.
Please don't hesitate to get in touch with email, of course. Yes, thank you very much all.
Thank you. And we'll have about 9 minutes break before the next talk.
Jouduin säätämään vähän.
Next up, we have Anna-Stina Haapasaari from Finnish National Opera and Ballet, and with her will be Kalle Rasinkangas, and they will discuss immersive technology in performing arts. The stage is yours.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Anna-Stina Haapasaari and I work as the project manager of the Finnish National Opera and Ballet's Opera Beyond project.
Sorry,
Yes.
Anna-Stina, we can't hear your voice that well. Could you check that you have amplified your voice and click the on-air button in the host tools?
Okay, now you can hear me better.
Yes, now it's good. You can also see the slides behind you.
Yes. Okay, hello everyone again. I am Anna-Stina and I work as the project manager of the Finnish National Opera and Ballet's Opera Beyond project, which some of you might have already heard of and maybe you've already also visited our partner world here at this great event. The Opera Beyond project aims to explore the possibilities of new technology for performing arts. We want to see where these art forms can go when they're taken to a next level and their limits are pushed with the immersive technology and the new mediums that most of you, of course, are more familiar with than we are at the opera. Can I have, please, the first slide? We as an opera house have an important role in maintaining and conserving the valuable tradition of opera and ballet, which have a long history behind them. But it's equally important to be open-minded and to be in dialogue with the changing world and to join in the development. To pass on the legacy and keep these art forms relevant, it's important that every generation adds their footprint on these art forms and explore with them. Can I have the next slide, please? And it's in our industry, the well-planned and financially solid creative processes and massive productions that we most often do have very little tolerance for uncertainty. But at the same time, the ambitious creative exploration demands to push boundaries and to leave space for change and for innovation. Next slide, please. The Opera Beyond project expands over several years. We focus, amongst others, in the use of immersive technologies such as virtual and mixed reality, spatial audio, advanced projection mapping, and so forth. And we think that these technologies can open a whole new dimension, not only of artistic content, but also of the customer experience and production processes. Can I have the next slide, please? These eyes illustrate the different aspects and sub-projects that we are focusing on with our project. I will tell you shortly about Laila and Kalle Rasinkangas, who I have here with me on stage, will present his virtual reality art piece called Common Domain. And I will also say a few words about our XR stage design tool that we are currently intensively working on. In addition to these, we are on continuous seek out to new interesting opportunities. And we also want to build bridges with this project between art and technology and create platforms where technologists and artists can exchange and learn from each other and get inspired. In 2019, in the spring, we focused at the very crossroads between art and tech in the form of a conference called First Session, which some of you I know also participated in. And unfortunately, our 2020 edition of this Opera Beyond conference was cancelled, but we are hoping to soon follow this example of Match XR and host a virtual event. Can I have the next slide then? The first concrete milestone of our journey, the first sort of tangible fruit, so to say, is Laila, an immersive installation by composer Esa-Pekka Salonen, dramaturge Paula Vesala, sound designer Tuomas Norvio, and concept designer team Echo Collective. Last week, we also had the great honor of receiving the first edition of Fedora's digital prize for digital opera content, Fedora being an organization giving out opera world's first and foremost recognitions for opera content. So this was also a great feedback from our own industry to see that they also have respect for trying out new things with these art forms. Laila rejects the traditional roles of performing arts as its music and visuality evolve and change in interaction with the audience. To speak in more concrete terms, Laila is a dome-shaped structure, such as you see in this picture, inside which the people are surrounded by a multisensory universe created with projection mapping, spatial sound system, motion tracking technology, and AI algorithms. The idea for producing an immersive work originally came from composer and conductor Esa-Pekka Salonen, who is also the artistic partner of the Finnish National Opera. He had an idea for a composition that he wanted to do, and he teamed up with dramaturge and pop artist Paula Vesala around a theme that they shared a vision of. At this point, we had the basic components thematically, but the form that the piece would take was still open. And as this was the first time working with immersive mediums for us, because the possibilities are in a way very endless, we didn't at an early stage want to limit ourselves to a particular technological solution, but instead explore with a broad scope. So we launched a concept competition open for creative technological teams worldwide. And amongst the 8 finalists that we invited to a workshop and to pitch their idea in Helsinki in our conference in spring 2019, a Helsinki-based multidisciplinary team, Echo Collective's idea was then selected as the winning concept. Now I would like to show you a short trailer of our Laila installation.
Hi, Laila gives her voice to you. You are now ready to step in.
We create a universe within which things can happen uniquely to you, depending on what you say, depending on how you move within the space, depending on how you interact with other visitors.
If you should actually rebuild opera, you can't rip it down more than we've done it.
Thank you. So Laila opened our season at the Finnish National Opera this autumn. We were kind of lucky because it was also a smooth transition to opening the house after the lockdown. The 10-minute experience welcomes only 6 people at a time, and so we were able to offer the experience to the big public whilst respecting still all the safety measures. And I think that in these uncertain times, it's also to our benefit that we can have a spectrum of different kinds of content and experiences to offer. so we don't sort of put all our eggs in the same basket that they can then fail and we cannot do anything at all. So it's also a great lesson learned. The creation process of Laila was by no means easy. It demanded a lot of patience from a traditional and large and sometimes clumsy organization like the Finnish National Opera sometimes is. As we were using a lot of cutting-edge equipment and manually built technological solutions, our own workflows were put into an acid test. And something that we learned during the process was that working with new technology by essence requires a lot of flexibility and patience, and we need to accept that things happen through a process of trial and error, and that there always will be some surprises. I forgot to mention that I would like the slide to be changed. So, yes. Here are some further thoughts on where Laila came from, and also the technical setup is put there in numbers. So we have basically in the dome that is like, it's 7.5 meters, the diameter. We have 8 projectors that are then fill all the dome, the interior of the dome. We have 4 LiDAR sensors that detect the movement of the people inside it and then sends the signal to the system and the algorithms that then modify the visuals and the music in interaction with how the audience behaves. Sound-wise, we have 40 Genelec speakers all around the dome. So as opera is an auditive art form, we put a lot of effort into creating a very spatialized sound sphere that emphasizes the music and the whole sound world that we have there. And there are also some floor vibrators that then sort of make the experience. Maybe sometimes it's not even noticeable, but I guess it adds to the experience still, making it more multisensory. Laila overall was a massive production, as we learned throughout the production. But in parallel, we also premiered this autumn another piece, and now I would like to give stage to Kalle Rasinkangas, who will tell you about a piece that he created in collaboration with us and with Nokia Bell Labs, a VR experience called Common Domain.
Okay, so I think we can go to the next slide. So hello, my name is Kalle Rasinkangas, and like Anastina said, I created this virtual reality art experience called Common Domain as part of Opera Beyond, and it was premiered this August at the Finnish National Opera. And the idea with this project was to sort of create my vision of what is interesting in opera as a medium of art for myself, and translate that into the virtual reality and create an experience that would evoke the same emotions that an opera can evoke, and sort of explore the similar kind of worlds that an opera could have. And from the start, it was clear to me that I need to have some sort of way to make it for more than one person at a time, because the plan at first was that it was going to be presented at the Opera Beyond seminar, and there was going to be 100 people there all the time, so it would be kind of awkward to have it for just one person at a time, so only maybe like 10%, if even that, of the people attending could actually experience it themselves. So from the start, I wanted to create some way of experiencing it in other ways than just the virtual reality headset. So I created these 4 movable screens on screen arms that you could move them around, and then this sort of a pillar of 4 televisions that you could that was on wheels that you could move around in the room, and you would see into the virtual reality through those. Because for me, it feels like it's usually kind of a problem with virtual reality experiences that you can't really see what is happening in the virtual reality if you're outside of the virtual reality in a meaningful way. So if you see what the person in the virtual reality headset is seeing, it's not really interesting in my opinion. And if you just see like a static camera in the virtual world, it can be interesting, but for me it feels like it lacks the meaning. So I wanted to create this way of sort of making it more interactive for also the people who are around the person in the virtual reality headset. So yeah. So I made it in collaboration with Nokia Bell Labs, and they helped me with sort of drawing the ideas and figuring out which direction to take with the project, and also providing me with a technology called Motion Engine, which is sort of image recognition software that detects movement and stillness in images. And it has been used a little bit as part of art installations, for example, using data from traffic cameras to create art. But in my case, I used it in a way that there was a webcam recording what was happening in the physical space where the installations was at the Almi Hall foyer at the opera. And that image was then used to change different things in the virtual world. For example, if there was a lot of people in the room, some scenes might have a rainstorm rolling in, and when there's like no people in the room, the sky would clear up and it would be a clear day again. So it was like a the whole experience was in interaction with the space around you, with the people moving the monitors, and then just like being present in the room, changing the virtual experience. So yeah, I don't know if I have too much time to talk about this. I can talk a lot more if someone wants to hear more about this. I can talk about this in person. I don't know what the next slide is, but maybe I'll say next slide now. Oh, we have video. Yeah, so that was it, and it was made with Unreal Engine, so that's something that might interest a lot of people here. So yeah, Anna-Stina can continue, I guess.
Is my voice back?
We can hear you.
Yes. Okay, can we have the next slide then? Yes, thank you. And thank you, Kalle, for this presentation. we will be, Kalle is also has created our partner world here at Match XR, so please come visit, and you can also probably catch up with Kalle there and hear more about common domain in there. Our opportunities with new technology aren't limited to content or new types of performances. With the technology available today, we can also greatly enhance our ways of work, our traditional workflows. And this is the case with our new XR stage design tool. Basically, what we are doing with this platform is to reimagine artistic designing process on stage and the different aspects that building an opera or ballet performances require, and the whole process of creating a performance. Only here, none of this is done physically or an actual stage. The process doesn't depend on the time or place. Instead, this all happens very realistically in a virtual and in mixed reality. What we are aiming for is a next level digital workflow for the stage art organizations that produce performances. Opera and ballet productions and a lot of the performing arts require combining work of multiple departments, all specialized in different aspects of the show, be it lighting design or video projections, set design and building, moving the sets, even sound, blocking the actors, singers, dancers, all have their own input to one big performance that is then put together only on the stage. Our end goal is to have a comprehensive, realistic virtual platform in which the design process of an entire performance could be done from scratch to finish, all in virtual and in mixed reality. At the first phase of our pilot project, we built a prototype into which we put together a photorealistic 3D model of our stage and modeled some existing productions there. I'm sure some of you know that, or all of you know, the 3D studio Zoan that have helped us building this incredibly precise model. This model can now be viewed on a platform that can be visited in virtual reality with VR glasses, but also without, on a flat screen or mobile devices if wanted. And maybe we could now have a sneak peek on the models that we've already built. Thank you. At the next stage of our pilot project, this one that I was talking about right now with Zoan and Varjo, we will be adding on the platform functionalities that allow for actual designing, for making set and light changes, all in high detail and in real time. And all this means for us a remarkable gain in terms of efficient use of stage time and expensive and precious and often scarce stage time, because it is it's hugely expensive in the opera world to try out things on stage because you need to use the time of so many different departments. And it is also ecological because we can, the teams are often very international, and now we don't have to fly in all the designers in Helsinki, but we can instead meet on a virtual platform all together. Of course, in this pandemic times, it is still even more benefits. Overall, on this exploration of Opera Beyond, we need to be ready to try out things and sometimes take also risks and to discover what the best practices are, and we can only do that through trial and error and exploring things. Of course, it comes without saying that emerging technologies and the opportunities that the new mediums offer in the palette do offer an opportunity to do something different and to reach new audiences, although using tech shouldn't be seen as an end goal in itself, but justified by the content and the themes of the arts. Thank you.
Thank you for an interesting presentation. We have a couple of minutes for questions. So in AltSpace, you can again raise your hand. And we have one question from YouTube. So in Laila, how did the general public react with the floor vibrating?
I would guess that most of them didn't really maybe recognize the fact that it was the floor that was vibrating. I think it was like sort of merged into the overall experience and the impressiveness of the sound sphere itself. And I think it was part of the overall experience more than if someone would have noticed, or of course some people must have noticed this, but I think the general public probably not.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we don't have any more questions at this point. So thanks again, Kalle and Anna-Stina, for a great presentation. And we'll have about 1 minute break before the next one will begin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Tuukka Takala from Waseda University talking about avatar embodiment and full body tracking. Tuukka, please.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Tuukka Takala. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So I will be talking about avatars and embodiment. Next slide. Yes, so here's a quick overview of the topics that I will be discussing. Basically, I want to explain when and why to use avatars in VR, and also give you guidelines for improving avatar embodiment, as well as touch on a few related subjects. Next slide. First, a bit about myself. I've been working full-time with VR research and development for 14 years, most of that time in Aalto University. My background is in computer science, and my work with VR has touched areas such as software engineering, 3D user interfaces, computer vision, sensor fusion, while majority of my work has been focused on avatars. I'm currently a postdoctoral fellow in Waseda University. Other hats that I've been wearing include being a co-founder and vice chairman at FIVR and an advisor at Oceanic, a surgical training VR startup. Next slide. Physically, I'm located in Tokyo, which is the world capital for so-called virtual YouTubers. A virtual tuber is basically a streamer who uses a motion-tracked avatar. Next slide. These pink frogs are from my first avatar project 13 years ago, where we used computer vision. Later, when Kinect became available, I used it for controlling avatars. In 2013, I combined Kinect and Oculus Rift DK1 to create this full-body avatar prototype. My prototypes mostly deal with technical topics like automated avatar model rescaling and so on. But the most notable feature of my work with avatars ever since with the pink frogs is physics-based interaction, where I use physics engine as the basis for interactions between the avatar and the virtual world. I've been inspired by physics-based games like The Incredible Machine, Trespasser, and Half-Life 2. In 2018, I started to experiment with physics-based interaction between the user and AI-controlled characters. Last year, I created a prototype for doing mixed martial arts in VR, where you can try various techniques that utilize lower body, kicking, grappling, and even ground fighting. Next slide. Most people here know what avatar means in the context of VR, video games, online worlds, and social media. It is worth noting that the word avatar refers only to a user's virtual body, not the virtual bodies of non-player characters. Those are usually called virtual agents or virtual characters. Next slide. So one example of an avatar is the player character of a game, which these days can be highly customizable. So like many role-playing games and also like wrestling games and so on have this kind of customization. Next slide. Here are some key reasons on why to use avatars. It should be noted that if you're creating an XR application, it is perfectly okay to not use avatars in certain application domains. For example, in data visualization and 3D modeling apps like Medium and Quill, it's fine if you experience the scene as just a floating pair of eyes. But in domains like entertainment and social VR, the use of avatars should be considered because avatars generally increase presence. They can be used to enhance storytelling. They offer interesting use cases relating to identity and power fantasies. And they can even affect cognitive performance in certain visual motor tasks. Next slide. Before talking about embodiment, let's first explain what it means. The noun embodiment comes directly from the verb embody, which has multiple meanings. Here are two dictionary definitions that are the most relevant in the context of VR. To embody is to inhabit a body or a part of a body. I've been using the following juxtaposition to further illustrate embodiment. Some transhumanists and meditation practitioners have a goal of transcending beyond their physical bodies. Meanwhile, the goal for VR enthusiasts is to achieve as tangible virtual body as possible. Next slide. Now let's talk about sense of embodiment, which is an important concept in VR avatars. It has 3 subcomponents that I will go through one by one in the following slides. Next slide. Firstly, sense of self-location refers to the body being located spatially as your own body. For example, a diminished sense of self-location occurs during an out-of-body experience. If you want to maximize sense of self-location, you should utilize a first-person viewpoint instead of a third-person viewpoint. Next slide. Sense of agency is an important subcomponent of embodiment. Agency means that you can control your own actions. If you can't control the movement of your body, you're lacking agency. Think of people who have had a stroke or who suffer from involuntary tics. Here are a few important pointers on how you can increase the user's sense of agency. You can increase body tracking fidelity or accuracy. You can reduce body tracking noise via filtering, for example, or you can reduce latency between body movement and body visuals. Unless you are a VR hardware developer, it is difficult to affect these parameters except for switching to better tracking devices. Application developers can still do some tricks like pose filtering or optimizing their code for minimizing latency. Another option is to simply hide those body parts that are not properly tracked. For example, in Half-Life Alyx, you see only your hands, whereas in Boneworks, you see your whole body, even though you can't control it properly beyond the hands. Next slide. Finally, we have a sense of body ownership, which is another important subcomponent of embodiment. Body ownership refers to identification with a body or body part as your own. We want the user to feel ownership over their virtual body, no matter how different the shape or appearance it has. Fortunately, people are capable of feeling very strong body ownership over prosthetic limbs and even artificial objects like tools that look nothing like human body parts. A good example of this is the so-called rubber hand illusion, which I talk in the following slide. Here are some ways that you can increase the user's sense of body ownership. Closely match the experienced tactile sensations to the visuals of the virtual body, which also helps the sense of self-location. This requires either passive or active haptics. You could also increase the correlation between virtual body visuals and the proprioceptive sense with more faithful body pose matching and retargeting. And lastly, you can increase body ownership by making the virtual body look more similar to the user's own body. Next slide. A famous example of body ownership illusion is the rubber hand illusion from over 2 decades ago, when scientists demonstrated how people can be manipulated to consider a fake rubber hand as their own. Study participants are shown a rubber hand in front of them as their own, and a correlated viscostactile stimuli is applied to create an illusion of the rubber hand belonging to the participant. Often in these studies, someone then pokes the rubber hand with a knife, and the users respond like their real hand was being poked with a knife. These kind of body ownership studies are used to investigate how the brain represents the body. Next slide. One important point that I want to make is that avatar appearance is now very important for the sense of embodiment. In one recent study, experiment participants start their VR experience with an abstract avatar, which was viewed from third-person viewpoint, and using only avatar animations without body tracking. At each step of the experiment, the users were given a choice to upgrade their avatar appearance, the viewpoint, or the body tracking. In most cases, the participants first upgraded from third-person viewpoint to first-person viewpoint, and then from avatar animations to an avatar controlled by IK body tracking before upgrading the avatar appearance. So, in essence, this study revealed the priorities of users when it comes to embodiment. So even a stickman avatar can be acceptable as long as the user has first-person viewpoint and some form of body tracking. Next slide. Now I'm going to tell you 3 ways to increase the sense of embodiment. First is perhaps the most important one. Having the avatar visuals match when you are touching your own physical body. If you can feel your real hands touching each other, you should be able to see the virtual hands touching without a gap between them. Conversely, if your real body parts are not touching each other, the corresponding avatar visuals shouldn't be shown to make contact. This can be achieved with motion retargeting algorithms. Next slide. Secondly, you can increase the sense of embodiment by having the real and virtual body have the same proportions. This means that the virtual limbs and other body parts have the same lengths and thicknesses as their real counterparts. Often this means that some sort of user calibration process or additional sensors are required. Same proportions also helps with the previously mentioned self-contact issue. Next slide. Thirdly, the sense of embodiment can also be improved by making the mapping between users' real and virtual body pose as close to one-to-one mapping as possible. In practice, this often means having the avatar deviate from the body tracking input as little as possible, or using body tracking with higher tracking fidelity or accuracy. Next slide. As a summary of the previous points, here is my recipe for achieving and maintaining avatar embodiment. Use body tracking with high accuracy and fidelity. Full body capture if possible. Then implement an avatar that obeys the constraints A, B, and C, which I introduced in the 3 previous slides. There is some research evidence that constraint C can be relaxed as long as A is maintained. My personal hunch is that relaxing constraint P does not hurt embodiment too much either, as long as the body proportion differences aren't too noticeable. At the bottom of the slide, I've included a reference for a motion retargeting algorithm that maintains constraint A, in other words, the visual detection of self-contact. Next slide. Another thing to note is that avatars commonly have to interact with a virtual environment that does not correspond with the user's real surroundings. This is a problem because we don't have very convincing haptic solutions available at the moment. Here I have listed 3 approaches to this issue. I'm personally experimenting with physics-based interaction and so-called rigid avatars. Rigid avatars basically retain the one-to-one mapping in a way that objects push the avatar away if the user pushes them, giving the user an impression that they are incredibly strong. There are situations, though, where overlapping with the virtual environment can only be avoided if the one-to-one mapping is momentarily broken using a retargeting algorithm, for example. Alternatively, you could use retargeting algorithms all the time. Boneworks and some other VR games use physics-based interactions where they use physics to temporarily relax the one-to-one mapping between users' real and virtual body pose. Next slide. Like I mentioned before, matching body proportions between users' real and virtual body help the sense of embodiment, but such matching is not mandatory. In fact, you can achieve sense of embodiment with avatars that have widely different and even completely unrealistic shape from that of the user's body. This is nicely illustrated by the so-called Pinocchio illusion, which is a cool little party trick. You can try this with 2 of your friends, no equipment needed. The Pinocchio illusion relates to the multisensory integration that is done by our brain. This integration can be hacked to give various body ownership illusions. This is a good subject to look into if you're interested in using avatars with a wildly different shape. So if you want to try the Pinocchio illusion, just Google that term. Next slide. Finally, I will very briefly mention how the avatar appearance can affect the user's behavior. There have been various studies made which show that the avatar's appearance can affect the user's behavior in many different ways, like performance in cognitive tasks, empathy, helpfulness, etc. This has been dubbed as the Proteus effect. Some studies indicate that these behavioral changes retain to some extent even after the virtual experience has ended, which is quite surprising. Next slide. One example of the Proteus effect is changes in empathy. In academia, Mel Slater is the grand old man of VR avatar research. Recently, he held a video presentation where, among other things, he comments about the notion of VR being an empathy machine. It can be, for example, white people embodying black avatars can reduce implicit racial bias, but it can also increase it. This depends on the interaction and context where avatar is utilized. So just pay attention, or we should be mindful if we think about VR as an empathy machine. So anyway, for more information, see Mel Slater's video presentation for more information. Next slide. Lastly, I will quickly remind you about the future of avatars. In this presentation, I described several tips about increasing avatar embodiment, which relate to utilizing better tracking, higher fidelity, more accuracy, less latency. If someday in the distant future we have proper bidirectional brain-computer interfaces that achieve VR similar to that we saw in the Matrix movie, then we can forget about body tracking and VR headsets. But before that, we will get markerless full body tracking, which can be achieved, for example, with eco-centric cameras attached to a standalone headset. Next slide. And here is a link to a YouTube channel which features an excellent online seminar series where you can learn more about avatars. One of these seminars is the previously mentioned Mel Slater's talk on avatars. Next slide. Okay, that was basically my presentations. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you, Tuukka. Again, you can raise your hand if you have questions. And looks like we have one question from AltspaceVR. So you are now online.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm Burcu from Mechanspace, and I also work on embodiment a bit. So I was wondering, like, what's your, and you actually talked about it in the last slides, but like, what's your projection and how do you evaluate the current situation about like the general public looks on full body avatars, especially the Western public? Because like I actually like the hand tracking of Oculus Quest, and I think that's kind of an indication of the commercial interest, but also the like the general public opinion is just as important. So I don't really know if there is such an interest in this topic from the general public, and I was wondering about your opinion.
Okay, could you rephrase the question? You mentioned Oculus. Did you mean Oculus Quest or the Horizon?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I was talking about the hand tracking feature of the Oculus Quest, and that's kind of a sign for me that tells me that there's an interest both commercially and from the public about like avatars and full body avatars maybe in the future. So I was wondering, like, do you also think that there's an interest from the general public regarding this topic, or is it something that like developers and researchers are thinking about and are interested in, but like it's very disconnected from the reality, you know?
Okay.
Is that clearer?
General public, I don't think general public are so aware of developments in this area, but certainly like hardcore VR users are very much interested in full body tracking, like in VR chat and other social VR applications. You see people are using Vive trackers attached to their feet and their mid body so that they can have full body tracking in VR chat and so on. And so the interest is there. Awareness is mostly in these hardcore users and researchers, but definitely like I think Facebook research is in the forefront of bringing not just like hand and finger tracking, but also full body tracking to the users, because they can see the potential that it has for social VR interaction. But this also includes like tracking facial features, your mouth, eyes, and facial muscles. So I think that the awareness in the public will increase as these features come more and more available in commercial headsets. So I'm fairly certain in the future we will see full body tracking in consumer VR devices, and we will see facial tracking and so on, and these features will be widely adopted. So it's while right now it's maybe a kind of niche, only hardcore VR enthusiasts and researchers know about it, but in the future that will change.
Thank you. We have another question here from Altspace. So Harold, please. Harold, can you hear us? You're on air. It looks like we have lost Harold. So any other questions at this point?
can also ask questions in the YouTube stream. I will be monitoring it for a few minutes after this.
Okay, thank you, Tuukka, for very interesting presentation. And we will then have a couple minutes of break until the next speaker.
No hyvä, näin just. Siellä se on.
Clock ticks 4 p.m. and that means we're going to go on and carry on with the presentations like clockwork, as they say. So, welcome back. Next up we have from Yle, the Finnish broadcasting company, Head of Innovations, Jari Lahti. And this time the presentation is in a bit of a different format. So I'm going to play a video next which shows Jari, but not actual Jari, but an artificial replica or artificial simulacrum of Jari, and we'll see what it looks like. Believe it or not, here it goes.
Thanks, Santeri. Ni hao. Sorry, wrong language. Just a moment, please. Hi everyone, and great to meet you all. I am Jari Lahti and I'm here today to talk a little bit about how we are focusing now on innovation at YLE and how you can, if you see us a relevant partner for you, scale up your innovations with us. About my background, I would say I have more than 20 years of experience of strategic and operational leadership in digitalization at YLE. A lot of strategies and experiments, sometimes failing fast and sometimes scaling up. And sometimes pivoting has been the right way to go. Our team, YLE Innovations, and some people from our network have been here today to show you who we are and what we are doing at YLE right now. YLE Innovation is dedicated to specially foster Horizon 2 and Horizon 3 innovations. We are exploring and discovering new opportunities where content, user experience and technologies combines together in very innovative ways. We try to find the right problems to solve and the right questions to ask with our customers based on all the data, all the customer feedback, and all the understanding we have so far. We are like entrepreneurs in a big corporate company, and we work very, very hands-on. And hopefully we are improving continuously what we are doing and how we are doing it. As a long-time founder of award-winning media service YLE Arena, I know that the transformation of customer habits and industries can be a very long way to go, but at the end of the day, it can always happen. And it's happening right now. As we know, the media transformation is happening all the time, and if we look at the YLE Arena, it's not innovative service innovation at all anymore. YLE Arena is nowadays kind of legacy service, now having a huge daily and weekly customer base. And the team of YLE Arena is improving the service continuously, so they are doing very good incremental developing work. But for innovators like us, now the big question is, what's the next big thing for a company like YLE? What is the next big bet for the future of public service media in Finland? That's something what we are now thinking about, what we are experimenting right now, and to think about this kind of things gives us as explorers all the energy to build the new visions and to move on and make experiments, building, measuring and learning to innovate with our customers in small batches again and again. Hope you have time to visit our space today and have seen there what we have been doing in XR so far. There was an experiment on binaural video, for instance, and location-aware binaural audio drama to show you, for instance, today. Sorry. I would say we love ideas and experiments, and one of the key areas now to learn more about is synthetic media. Actually, I'm here today one example of our experiments in this area myself. In this conference today, I'm trying to show, is it possible to make a keynote by using a synthetic version of myself, using these technologies and using these tools? How does this work? Does it work at all? And how does this kind of toolkit we are using in this works? Excuse me. At YLE, we run platform for free and various ideas you can pitch and probably test with us called Sandbox, YLE Sandbox. It's a context for improving things, but it's a context for also trying to something totally different and totally new and totally free. YLE Sandbox is also one node in European Sandbox network, and their public media companies share things they are now working on. This network is one opportunity to get publicity for experiments, publicity for startups, and to scale up innovations in European level. But as we love all the ideas and experiments, we especially love strategic thinking and strategic bets and strategic experiments. Synthetic media and synthetic humans is one example of our strategic of so-called opportunity areas we want to shout out now to motivate all you and all the most innovative people to work with us. And that's why here I am as a synthetic version of myself. If we look at these technologies and these tools we are now using, I think this is absolutely amazing where we are right now. It is fantastic to see the huge steps that this kind of synthesization of humans has taken after we started experimenting with this about 2 years ago at YLE. And when looking at this, at the same time, many questions arise. And this is, we think, where innovation actually begins. The big question is, what does synthetic media and synthesization of humans mean to our customers and mean to our audiences? How do our customers feel about this? How this could be used in our businesses? And how about ethics? And what steps to improve this we should take right now, today? We see that the objective of synthetic media experimentation can of course be, for example, the brand new news anchor for YLE. And about 100,000 users next year could be one good key result of this kind of experimenting. We know some benchmarks globally of synthetic media humans. We know the benchmarks in China, in United States and Europe as well, doing newscasts and doing weather forecasting as well. But we as explorers of course see that the objective can also be something much more unique in different program genres, for example, and special in different innovation horizons. We are now trying to figure out what could be the best possible portfolio roadmap for this kind of experimenting. And that's why we want to open more dialogue and discussion with potential users and potential developers. We want to raise all the ethical and other questions for open discussion, and we want to understand all the problems we could imagine when we are moving forward in adapting these technologies, these tools, and testing all the use cases we can imagine. And we would like to ask your help in doing this. What are the best strategic scenarios and best bets for the future in this area? Real opportunities. What are the real opportunities? What are the right problems and questions to solve right now, today? And things to test now and things to next year. And about go-to-market, what and when. As we all know very well, innovation means collaboration. There is no innovation without people really wanting to work together. And we luckily have great collaboration focusing now on synthetic media with Helsinki XR Center and some other companies as well. We are also sharing our experiences with European colleague media companies and NBC Universal in the United States as well. So sharing means opportunities for scaling for us, and it means opportunities for scaling for our partners as well. So please join us and join into our networks if you like, and if you find us a relevant partner for you, and if you find, for example, synthetic media interesting to experiment for you and scale up your businesses. We are more than happy to talk more closely about our living and adaptive innovation strategies overall with you, and we really hope that there is something to collaborate. So thank you and keep in touch.
All right, let's welcome to the stage the avatar version of Jari Lahti from YLE. Please, Jari. Here he comes.
Hello. Yes. Here I am, or am I?
Yeah. I mean, we should have some questions for the audience, so don't hesitate to ask. But first I need to clarify, was this not a video version of you talking in the presentation?
Sorry, would you repeat your question?
Was this not a simple video of you speaking on the video, on the presentation?
It wasn't, and that's what is a little bit, from my perspective, it's a little bit, I can say, weird, is that it is actually synthetic speech based on written text. So there's text behind it, and as we see and saw in this experiment, it makes this kind of talking quite formal. So it was like a kind of YLE official statement on synthetic media, and not a free speech like talking about synthetic media. And that's, from my perspective, it's a little bit weird. So it's based on written text, and of course there is in the background of that there is video which is made by myself reading 5 versions of different structures, text, how our partner, which is a company called Synthesia, can actually take the data to which they base the processing of my face. And then that processed face of myself and the written text by myself is, let's say, combined, and that's the presentation technically.
Right, so you feed it video, you feed it the text you wanted to read, and then it just does based on that. This is the end result.
Yeah, that's the end result, and the interesting thing is that it's such a different kind of way of doing this kind of speeches when it's based on sentences, not talking.
So all the different gestures that what should I call it, synthetic character there did, were they based on your reactions on the videos that you fed to the AI?
Right, that's right. The same, every 5 times I was reading the text to the camera, the text was actually absolutely the same, but the structure of the text varied, and that's how they got my facial expressions quite closely.
Right. So one more question. Actually, so if you have any questions in the audience, feel free to use the raise hand function in AltspaceVR to let us know, and we'll put you on the air to ask from Jari. But in the meantime, I will ask one more thing, and that is, so how can you apply this kind of synthetic human now? Which kind of media can you use it in? What kind of applications do you see in addition to news anchors, etc.?
Well, the benchmarks, what I have been looking at when I have been traveling in China, for instance, have been, of course, the news anchors and regional weather forecasting and that kind of quite simple things. But What we are now actually experimenting with the XR Center this autumn is that how, for example, the facial expressions of actors can be processed from the, let's say, normal humans to the synthetic humans. So we see a lot of opportunities in for example, in drama in this area, but it needs much more experimenting, and then I don't know when we are ready to go to the market or to the program formatting. But as you know, and as you saw, we are quite in the beginning right now, so we have much more good questions than good answers right now.
Yes, well, yes, it's true that it usually also begins with a good question. And without good questions, there cannot be any good solutions or answers. There's a question from YouTube, if I can read it in right now. It's were the coughs also synthesized? So you were coughing a few times in the video. Was it intentional and just to see how the AI responds to that, or how did it go?
Sorry, can you again repeat the question, because there was some problem with the connections. Sorry.
Oh yes, were the coughs also synthesized? This is from YouTube.
Yeah, right. Yes, they were. Yeah. That was one part of the experience. Yes.
Was it intentional that you were experimenting how the AI would react to this kind of coughing?
Yes, because we really want to understand very deeply how does it behave in this kind of case and this kind of experiment. Yes, it's part of the experimenting process to try to experiment all the things we can imagine what there is when humans are talking.
Do we have more questions from the audience then?
But of course, if there's not, we just would like to have from the audiences later on more questions, and hopefully we can find good partners to experiment these kind of things. And then this is now in this area our main focus. So please keep in touch with us, and let's see what we can do together.
I have one more, if you allow me.
Right. Yeah. Of course.
Since there are no questions from the audience, you mentioned many times, and you were talking a lot about synthetic media in general. So how wide of a paradigm do you think this is? What do you mean by synthetic media? What goes into that category?
Now we are focusing on the synthetic human and how the human can be synthesized. But let's see how we see this in the future. But now we have quite tight focus on our experiments.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, and remember to visit also Wiley's space in the VR Pavilion. It can be found there.
Yeah, it's still there. And there's our team also. There's also our team. There's Joni Frilander, there's Satu Keto, and there's Abra, who are the you can have answer to the more, let's say, technical and deeper questions from them. So please do not hesitate to meeting them.
Yes, and there surely will be more technical questions on the way from this audience, I'm sure. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Thank you for your time. We're going to have a short 10-minute break, after which we're going to have our next presenter, and I'm going to tell you who it is right now. So Emmi Ouslehto from Arilyn, with the title Entering the Holodeck. So we're going into the world of augmented reality. So stay tuned. We'll proceed in about 10 minutes. Onko mulla joku sairaan korkea ääni vai?
Ihan hemmetin korkea. Siis me hoveraamaan se sun mikin kohdalle. Ja siinä näkyy siis
Joo.
plussaa ja miinusta.
2020. And I think we are all collectively ready to resume with the program. Next up, we have Emmi Jouslehto, CEO and co-founder of Arilin, telling us about entering the holodeck. So please, Emmi, go ahead, take your position on the stage on the gray square, and you can begin. Parinas, actually, could you please move? Thank you. So Emmi, you can go to the gray square.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi all. It's really amazing to be here today and being in a virtual amphitheater talking about the holodecks. It's really something. I'm so happy to have you all here listening on site or on YouTube. My name is Emmi Jouslehto. I am CEO and one of the 3 co-founders of Arilin. And Arilin is a Finnish XR company that has been around already since 2013. So you can say that we are one of the pioneering companies in this field globally. We deliver both tech, we have our own Arilin technology, and also services based on our technology. So basically we are an all-in service company for AR, but from the heart we are a technology company. Today we actually, we mostly do productions and creations on, they are app-based or they are web AR-based. And recently during this year, we have been creating a lot of virtual spaces. And our angle on that is to create mobilely supported mobile virtual spaces. And I will show you some later on. But first, tell a little bit about today's topic and why I'm so into these holodecks. So next slide, please. It's quite a unique chance to share with this kind of audience my favorite science fiction things, and it's no secret that I am a real science fiction fan. And my biggest favorites in all in the field of science fiction, for me, it's the holodecks. I've always loved them since I was a child, and I think that the idea of stepping into the entirely different space and environment is not new to anyone here, but it's quite interesting that we are getting closer and closer to that kind of experience all the time. But even though I said that I'm a really big science fiction fan, I'm not the kind of fan that remembers every little detail and all the tech things and gimmicks from each series and episodes that there has been. Actually, hell, I don't even usually remember the names of all the series that I watch, but I enjoy the plot, I enjoy the characters and all that kind of gimmicks that enable people to do almost anything. So you could say that I'm more on the user experience side when I'm thinking about these kind of like science fiction innovations. I love the concept. It's like an open ticket for imagination and inspiration. And it's not, next slide, please. It's not any coincidence that actually in the Arilin office, we have an image of the great Captain Picard from Star Trek hanging on the wall. because it was on the command of Captain Picard that we were first introduced to the holodecks, the idea of a holodeck. And it was in the Star Trek Next Generation in the late 80s. I used to watch that with my father, and it's a really warm and nice childhood memory. And I know that if there are some really true Star Trek fans out there, you most likely know that actually the concept of the holodeck was first introduced in the animated Star Trek series already back in the 1974 in an episode called The Practical Joker. So it's not a new thing to imagine that we can step into the worlds that don't actually exist. Next slide, please. So the dream has been out there for quite some time, and today we are so close of having the same kind of an experience. I mean, almost. But if we think that who would have a free room at their home just for a holodeck use? I mean, in Finland, we have these common saunas in the apartment buildings that are like in joint use. Maybe we could have a holodeck in apartment buildings someday. But today we don't have that, and our homes are usually nowadays small. So there is no space for that, but luckily we have alternatives how we can experience imaginary spaces or real spaces, but that are far away and we cannot go there physically. Next slide, please. So today, having the similar type of feeling requires the VR headset for full immersive experience, or a phone or a tablet for a lighter virtual space experiences and AR experiences. It's not the same as a real holodeck, if you can say real for something that actually doesn't exist, but the virtual space where you actually wander around without any gear and you can actually pick their solid props. But like what we heard earlier in the Varjo presentation, I loved all the ideas and possibilities that were presented for near future experiences on virtual and XR realities. So we are getting closer and closer. Next. I can hear that if there are other science fiction fans out there in the audience, there's some nodding and clapping hands that, yeah, holodecks, let's enter. And then maybe some of you rolling your eyes and thinking that, hey, Emmy, come on, holodecks. That we like Star Wars, not Star Trek, and why on earth are you talking about the holodecks here today? Well, why am I talking something like this when we have been hearing all day the kind of amazing, kind of like real things that other companies and people are doing in the field of virtual reality and XR? Well, one of the reasons that I'm talking of these is that, well, first of all, I love holodecks, and finally I have an audience too where I can talk about these here in a virtual amphitheater. And second, the next slide, please. Because if you can thank COVID-19 for anything, we can thank it for the big interest that there is now for the virtual spaces. Different kind of virtual experiences, AR, XR, whatever you call it, and whatever you do, it's kind of like growing increasingly at the moment, as we have already heard today from many earlier presentations. Suddenly, the idea of the holodeck of kind of experience doesn't anymore feel like some funny science fiction stuff, but something that the real customers are ready to pay for, and pay for real money, like today. And it has so many benefits: saving the time, not traveling, environment, of course, at the same time, and staying safe. We have also realized that there are, and what we have learned from our customers, that there are a lot of people who wish to kind of like give a safe experience of their brand to people who are not so willing to come to visit them in their showrooms, or the showrooms can't even be open. Not to mention the possibility that we can really be creative in the space design. There are kind of like no limitations on what the space can be. So this is also one really big benefit. And this is kind of the thing that why I think it's important, and now we are getting closer to those case examples that I'm showing you today. So the next slide, please. So there are already, I mentioned some of the benefits out there. And I see that there's mobile virtual spaces that that in Ireland we are been developing mostly. It's kind of like the continuum to traditional AR, and it's actually surprising how immersive the experience of a virtual space can be also in the mobile. I mean, mobile phones, smartphones, tablets. So even though you do see the real surroundings around you, but it's something that if you give a mobile virtual space to a person, you have to be careful and look around that where are you standing and where is that person looking those, because people get so hooked into the content that it's sometimes really interesting to see how well those work. So I love both. I love VR, I love AR, but there are different use cases for each of these technologies, and where the VR classes are very immersive and take you really to another space, well, AR is easier, it's faster to access, and yeah, we all have it in our pocket with our phone, and we don't need to carry around with VR glasses. In future, maybe these two will collide or become more immersed to each other. But now let's have a look on some of the cases that we have done. And next slide, please. This first case that I'm going to show you is actually something that you can today or any day after experience on your own very easily. So this is something that there is an exhibition of called about the ancient Egypt in the Museum in Helsinki, and for them we have done this kind of experience where you can enter the ancient tomb in the Egypt. And this is, if you go to the Rex website, there are instructions how you can enter there with the Ireland app on your own. Even if you don't enter to the actual exhibition in the inside the museum, you can visit this at your home. But let's view for the video. Next slide, please. So that was that's a kind of like very informative. It's also kind of like emotional experience. You really feel that you are inside the tomb, but it's also, you will learn a lot. There is a lot of information that you can explore and also go down to the basement of that place. Then the other example that I want to talk to you about, a totally different kind of space, is something that we have been doing for art galleries and museums. They have very different kind of needs, so they are displaying the art pieces there. So also the virtual space needs to be different. And in this case, I'm showing you the virtual gallery of Jani Leinonen, who is a famous Finnish artist. So let's see the video. Next slide, please. Was quite a short video clip, but if you are interested to view the whole gallery, then please visit the janileinonen.com, and there is a link how you can enter. All these that I'm presenting, except the Egypt example from the Aamus Rex, that's available through the Arelin app, but this Jani Leinonen gallery and the next one that I'm showing, you can view on with your mobile phone. They work on your browser or with the desktop, or even with the VR glasses. And the next one that I'm showing you is, again, totally different kind of a place, a virtual space. This is something that we did for Museum Haloseniemi. It's for the artist Pekka Halonen. Actually, his old house. And that's what we have created here is the kind of like replica of the place. So it's been done and created using photogrammetry. So it's very authentic feeling how they look and feel. So it's almost like visiting the real museum, even if we are remotely. So let's have a look. Please, next slide. And in this case, they also kind of like what is the view outside from the view, how the outside world looks like. It was also kind of like it was a 360 video that was added to the experience. So it felt really real when you were looking out from the window of that space. Three very different kind of virtual spaces were just shown, and I think that it has been really interesting to find out how people actually react when they see these and experience these, and especially we have been monitoring people now in the Aamus Rex Museum, and it's nice to see that people are really spending time there. They are looking into the little info boxes that they can find there. So it's interactive, and it's kind of like learning by doing as well. So it leaves you a memory mark and gives you a good experience around the topic that you are experiencing. Next slide, please. Oh, it's already there. Sorry, didn't notice. I was looking around. So yes, Arelin is bringing you emotionally exciting virtual spaces, XR spaces, all on mobile, VR, and desktop. And I'm inviting you to visit our Arelin space. We have created a nice Zen type of forest experience where you can just relax and listen to the birds singing, or you can chat with us. I will be there shortly after this presentation for about an hour, and it might be that there are still some others from our team as well. So it would be nice to also talk with you there. But I think the next slide is the last one, and it's basically just telling you how to find us from arelin.com and from our contact email, but also please come to talk in our space, into our forest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of virtual applause. Fire up the emojis. Let's go. Yes. Good participation from the audience. And let us know if you have questions. I'm seeing one question from the audience. I'll give the megaphone to Tommy. You are on the air right now. Go ahead.
Sorry, didn't have anything.
Oh, okay. Yes, maybe sometimes it's easy to mix the raise hand, which is used for for asking for a word, for a moment to speak something, ask a question. Do you have any questions? Use the raise hand if you do, located on the bottom right of your heads-up display. No? Let's wait for a moment. Well, if there aren't any public questions, maybe you wish to ask your questions later on in Arilen's own VR world, which is located in the VR Pavilion, in that direction where I'm pointing at right now. So there you can visit Arilen's space and many others also. So thank you very much, Emmy, for your time, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And next up, we're going to have now a short 10-minute break. And after that, we'll go on to the next presenter. It's 4:58 p.m. and we are nearing shortly the end of our event, but not before. We still have two interesting presentations. So starting now, we have presentation from Peter Antoniak from Augmented, CTO and co-founder there. And the subject is how to deploy augmented reality interfaces in the industry. So we are staying in the world of AR, but moving on to an industrial setting. So Peter, whenever you're ready, the stage is yours. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for the nice introduction. I'm more than excited to be here in this virtual reality environment and talk about my favorite subject, AR. My name is Peter Antoniak. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Augmented. And as you already learned, I'm going to talk about the industrial side of AR. It's more like business to business and not so much about the consumers. And we at Augmented believe that AR is a useful tool that improves safety and productivity of workers. And as a tool to be efficient, it needs to be easy to use. So during this presentation, I will walk you through some problems in digital factories, present you with what we have today as solutions, conclude even with a concrete use case and a short summary that will get you more in focus, and hopefully you will learn something at the end of these 20 minutes of my talk. After which, of course, I will be happy to answer some of your questions. So let's look at the problem. Next slide, please. You can actually go to the next one. This is actually a typical picture from what you will see if you go into a manufacturer and you enter their shop floor. The things that you will notice, there are many machines there doing their jobs, their automatic stuff, and one worker. That worker usually today is disconnected. So when something happens, he needs to walk between the machines, and that's one reason also why you see AR deployed in this kind of shop floors, not the VR. So while he goes towards the machine, if something goes wrong, like an alarm, they don't know what happened. They have no idea, except that one machine somewhere did something and something is wrong. It might also need to input stuff, but you know, again, they are in a factory floor, so they need to have their hands free, and that kind of input can complicate their life. And also, if something is completely out of control, they might end up stopping the production, which is, of course, going to cost money, and try to find out an expert that knows how to fix that problem, and then get it fixed and start again. This is a common scenario, and those of you that work in manufacturing or they have friends, they know that this can happen on a daily basis. The solution seems to come from AR, as in both assisted and augmented reality. Next slide, please. So AR looks like the right solution because it shows the information in front of the workers. They wear the devices like smart glasses on their head, and because of that, their hands are now free. And as you know, we are engineers in Augmenta, and sometimes we tend to complicate things. And AR, like VR, is really nice playground to have your toys and develop a lot of things. But during our 8 years of doing these things for digital factories, we need to focus and strip down and use common sense to find out what is actually the best for those workers. And following this presentation are some of our findings that I'm willing to share with you. These devices that we call smart glasses can be monocular or binocular. And what they give those workers is they put the display where their eye is. They are light, they can now fit with their safety equipment, so they can be worn on special glasses that they need to wear in some factories. And they also have a camera, which will come handy, as you will see in some of the use cases during my presentation. So let's go back a bit to that alert. The worker now wearing this kind of smart glasses can already proceed to the machine. He will know what happened, and during that, because of that knowledge, he will be able now to get the right tool or the right material for that machine. If the problem is too complex, the same person can now get the instructions on those glasses, how to solve that problem. And if still he's not capable to solve it, he can now, using these smart glasses, place a call to a remote expert. The remote expert can further advise them on the production, but he is remotely. He doesn't have to, come to the factory. The production doesn't necessarily need anymore to be stopped. Or if it's stopped, it should be for the less time, because it doesn't need to get that person there. So also, because they are wearing those glasses and they have cameras, they can also document what is going on. They can record the video or take pictures or even audio. So in conclusion, at the end of the day, these workers are more connected. The information is in front of their eyes. They keep their hands free. And also for the factory, for the digital factory, you can get this kind of important information about which worker has done what, which is called traceability. And it's in some factories a very important features to have. So I will go through each of these solutions and also emphasize the key benefits. I also recommend at the end of this talk to go to our website and then get more information from there. So if we can go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, Smart Alert. So this is a very simple product that shows the information to the worker about an alarm. It's placed in front of his eyes using the smart glasses. It can also be available as on a smartwatch, so they can also get the same information on a smartwatch that they can wear on the shop floor. And the idea is to actually provide enough information so the worker can make the right decision and quickly. And if needed, he can also, place a call. So benefits are showing the critical information, showing the parameters also in real time to the worker, placing that information in close to the worker's eyes, make it ergonomic so that it doesn't obstruct the view, so they can do their job without, being somehow, distracted. It's hands-free. The interaction, we design it to be very, very simple. So, for example, if there is an alarm, it will show this kind of text that you see there in the picture. When the worker fixes that, if it doesn't need extra information, the alarm will be off and it will disappear. So it doesn't have to do anything. And we think it's very helpful because it connects them also with other people from the same place. If something goes wrong, they have that call button there, which will direct them straight to the right person. But let's move forward. What if worker actually needs to receive information? Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, then they can use what we call Smart Guide. Again, the hands-free aspect is important, so they can use both their hands while they get those kind of instructions. It has to be also minimal interaction. In some cases, for example, when this kind of guide, it's clear that they want to go to the next step, they don't have to mark anything, then, you know, the tool will allow them and they will just do step by step. It also works on multiple different, there are different kind of smart glasses on the market, and those factories, they might have several types of devices, so it works on all of them, and it uses different interaction depending on which glasses you have. But one of them is using the head motion to interact. For those menus, you can use also hand gestures. Those that support voice recognition, you can use voice recognition as well. And remember, those glasses are worn by the workers, so their instructions will also be specific to their level. And also, when they have a, you know, an alarm and they are doing this kind of instructions, those instructions, what they did is going to be saved in the system automatically. So nothing needs to be done specifically by them. By just going through those instructions, it will already fill in the forms for them. They also can take pictures, record videos of what they did, and again, all those are saved for later, or, you know, if something happens, they can come back to it. So the benefits are, of course, having this kind of guide in front of them, that they can still see the information there while still seeing through, and being able to use their hands freely. It's very, very powerful things to have for those workers. And also the fact that results are saved automatically. If there is offline connection, they are saved and then later uploaded. It's again gives a good tool for management to look at the things that happen to the history of an event in the factory. And of course, having the instructions in front makes those workers operate and fix things quicker as well. Those two solutions that I discussed so far, they work both on a monocular but also on binoculars. Binoculars, basically you have two displays, and you can also display 3D spatial information. Those are very simple to use and understand, but if a more complex tasks are required, then more complex interaction needs to be deployed. So if we go to the next slide, I can then introduce you with this panel idea. We call it smart panel. So when the interaction needs to be more complex, but you still want workers on the factory floor to be able to do it, it has to be intuitive. So what we came up was that we have a sticker, it's usually a black, as you see it in this picture, and it shows when you're wearing the glasses, a similar control panel as they will have on a machine. It does that through augmented reality, so it overlays those buttons, and then we use computer vision that we detect the fingers over those buttons, and hence we allow this kind of interaction to happen. Of course, in this case, users are already familiar with these controls, and now those buttons layouts are actually, because they are virtual, they are no longer a mechanical control panel, they are able to create a layout specific to the worker or to the machine or to the task that is happening in the machine at that moment. So they kind of simplify also those control panels, and they keep the same interaction, so they are easy to to interact and understand. The learning curve it's zero, and they have been actually evaluated in some industry, big industry, and they found it that it's the most intuitive AR interaction for the workers that they have seen. And this was done by some user experience expert. So using the same idea, actually you can dive deeper into augmented reality and even create more like an assembly, a manual assembly or visual assembly in 3D for them to do tasks. Some of the benefits of this tool is to show the controls to the workers specific to that situation and to that machine. Also, they are very private and secure because only that worker wearing the glasses can have access to these kind of controls. And of course, it's very cheap and easy to maintain because, you know, it's just a surface there. It doesn't have anything on it other than a black surface. It can be magnetically attached, but you have many machines now, so you kind of save on that. And also, they are easy to clean. So it can be also a good feature for, you know, environments that require this kind of panels to be clean. And also, we know that they are safe because in some cases it keeps the worker in front of the controls, and you can now know precisely where the worker is because of the AR and the positioning of those control panels in front of the user eye. We know also where the user is. So let's move to the next slides where actually the user needs to access an expert. So we can then take use of what we call the smart eyes, which is an extended video call with support that allows easy connectivity of those workers wearing the smart glasses to remote experts that can be in front of a web page or a computer, right? So the interface for the workers is optimized for smart glasses. That means hands-free. It takes advantage of the fact that the workers wear those glasses on the head and the camera is therefore very stable. The camera points where the worker is looking, so the remote expert gets the same idea where the worker is operating or what are the workers doing, right? Like in the picture, you can see the worker's hand there and the remote workers giving, remote expert giving instruction to this worker. At the same time, this kind of expert has a powerful telepresent environment around him. This solution actually comes with the box that has extra gadgets inside. Not only the glasses that the worker is wearing, you can also deploy a high-definition streaming camera that comes also with extra sensors that are radio controlled. So you can then show to this remote expert not only the video streaming from the worker, but also a more specific with the camera that it has a high definition on a machine or on a process. And you can also include this kind of sensor to provide real-time data, so they can help even more this worker in need of help. And we made it so that it can be easily sent by post. So it comes in a package, you open it, you take those devices out and they are immediately start running. And the remote worker can set up a session and then have access to all these data and therefore help our men in demand. So not only as benefits, not only it reduces the travel costs for those experts, right, but it also provides accurate information to them so they can do the job as well as if they were at that site. And of course, there can be multiple experts in the same session. And well, that is very useful, especially today with the corona. So let's move to the concrete although all those are actually concrete use cases, but to the slide with the concrete use case in a factory shop, this is one of the latest deployment. EC Group, it's a Taiwanese system integrator which works with manufacturers in Taiwan. As you know, Taiwan is one of those places in the world that have a lot of manufacturing, and this EC Group as integrator, they did a deployment in one of their factory lines where they use 120 smart panels from us on different machines, and they also use smart markers. Here you have one of those smart markers on the mobile robots, and workers can see they can interact with these kind of smart panels in real time, and they can also operate this mobile robot. And one of them here in the picture, when you look at the robot, the worker will get extra details about the robot's task. And this also integrates with the other products, so they can get instructions, and also they can get this smart call kind of features with the remote experts. And all it's done so that it's easy to deploy and to connect these workers with their environment in this digital factory. So without further ado, let's go to the next slide, which is kind of a conclusion, walking towards the conclusion. What is AR good for? It's clearly good for mobile, so you can use it while walking. It gets the information in front of your eyes, so your workers now become better connected. And you can also hide a lot of the complexity by bringing only the relevant information to these workers. Today we have light AR smart glasses available. They can be used on a daily task, they can be mounted on safety equipment, and they can also last for multiple shifts. So with AR, you can take advantage of the virtual aspect and create user interfaces with floating info, blend them into the environment without disturbing their views or workers' practices. One thing that it has to be kind of clear from what I have been saying is that we try to get the user experience to be as similar or close to their traditional user interfaces. So in that way, we get those workers to accept faster and get it to their use quicker, right? So the solution need to work not only for many smart glasses, but also they have to take into account the content, and on that side we provide the managers of those sites to edit the content and do it online with our tools. So the last slide. There is a lot to talk. Unfortunately, in 20 minutes, it's quite a lot to cover. But this is just a glimpse on how deploying AR to factories can improve the worker safety, their comfort, the increase in productivity, while at the same time keep it simple, ergonomic, and effortless, so they adopt it in their factories. Again, do check our website. There is information here how to contact us. More than happy to talk. If you have workers that need to be connected with our digital, with your digital environment, we are more than happy to assist you. Well, I'm now excited to get questions in this environment. So let's see.
All right. Let's have some questions. Again, start with the applause. Virtual applause first and then some questions. What do you want to ask about deploying AR in an industrial setting? Here you have the expert before you. So if you do have a question, point to the low right side of your user interface. There is a button called Raise Hand. You can click that to request permission to unmute you for a while to ask the question.
So there are some questions, I think, on the YouTube channel.
Yes, my partner is just checking them. And yes, there is something coming.
So I can read
just
it.
One moment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes.
Great. So we have a question from Antoni Westerinen. Is your tracking based on device tracker and markers?
Yes, and I already answered online that both. So we can use both the device tracker and we can use also those markers. Remember also these panels, these smart panels, they can also be used as a tracker for the user. So we can also use them. And then the same Antoni Westerinen is saying, like, have you tried spatial mapping? Yes, of course, there is. HoloLens is one type of smart glasses which has also spatial mapping. You can also use those. HoloLens also have more specific interaction types that is not, you know, it's in its own. But in some environments you cannot use HoloLens, so then you cannot use the spatial mapping. Remember that those workers, some of them have very special equipment. They can wear chemical mask, they can wear muffs for the ears, helmets. So not all the devices will work. And also, you know, by having spatial mapping, you need extra sensors on those devices, which make them more heavier for them to work. And again, you don't want to put too much weight on their heads if they have to wear the devices for 8 hours. It might be tiresome for them. So we have to take those into account.
Great. We have another question from Elias. Is it possible to use your technology?
Can you please repeat the end?
Yes, somehow I got muted. So is it possible to use your technology in outdoor environments?
Yes, and we have different things that you need to do in the outdoor environment. And the interaction is also a bit different when you are operating in the outdoor environment. I'm guessing that question is related to the previous question regarding the spatial mapping. And of course, in an outdoor environment, it might be a bit difficult to do that similar spatial mapping, especially if you are in a sunny day using infrared sensors. So, but other things, yes. And actually, if you have something more specific in mind, please do contact us at info@augmented.com, and then we will be happy to answer more specific questions related to outdoor environments.
Victor, you are on the air if you want to ask your question.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to wave.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I take it that there are no more questions right now. So thank you very much, Peter, for your interesting presentation.
Well, thank you for this opportunity, and once again, thank you for organizing such a cool event that turns this COVID into actually an opportunity to use VR and this as a conference tool. So really cool idea.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the nice feedback. So, like all good things, this too must come to an end. So we are up for our final presentation of the day, starting in exactly 2 minutes. So we better get on with it. We have Victor Pardinho, CEO of Sense of Space, telling us about how to make volumetric holograms accessible for everyone. So a very interesting topic to seal the deal and close the day. And Victor, when you are ready, please come to me here on the stage and we'll do the final checks with your mics and everything.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Remove amplify. Yes, yeah. So I can hear you. Good to see you. Hi. Yeah. I think you could add maybe plus. All right, Victor, take it away.
Oh, I can see here. Yeah, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Great.
Excellent.
So hi everyone, I'm Victor Pardinho. I'm CEO and co-founder of Sense of Space. And today I'll be talking a bit about what we have been doing for the past more than a year now, trying to bring volumetric video or holograms to a more mainstream level or to a more accessible level when it comes to content creation using these holograms. So if you can pass the slide.
Whoa, sorry, Victor. For some reason, your amplify my voice went away. Can you please activate it again?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Yes. And next slide.
Cool. You can pass. Yeah, so a bit of more introduction about myself. I have been working with VR and AR for a long time, especially on the content creation side and on the research and development. And also for the past 5 years, I have been working a lot with volumetric video or photogrammetry, 3D scanning, on how to bring real things into the virtual world. And then in the latest years, how to bring real people into the virtual world. Not as an avatar like we are all here now, or using motion capture technologies, but really capturing them in 3D, just like we do with photogrammetry, but then for moving bodies in a way. You can pass slide. And so I started my own company, which is Sense of Space, and built up a team of, we are 6 at the moment, and also being backed by some very nice investors and Business Finland, helping us to actually make this a reality. And I have, for example, Raquel, my co-founder. She has been working a lot with marketing and advertising companies and understanding the creative workflows and how the creative people use all these technologies and what it comes out of it. Tuomo and Oliver, they are our Helsinki team. Tuomo, our Chief Technology Officer, Oliver, our Chief Marketing, and Narnau and Art. specialize on the software development and 3D engines. Can pass. Now it's a video, so yes, playing there. So volumetric video is a capture of a person in a volumetric video studio. It means that we use a set of cameras around the subject, and we can transform them into a 3D model that moves and looks just like they are. So in this video, you can see a meta-stage studio, and also now you see DepthKit, which is a solution using Azure Kinect. So you can go from very high-end options such as MetaStage, as you saw, and many other studios in the world, using several cameras around the subject and doing a really high-end model, but also off-the-shelf sensors with tools like DepthKit that you can capture yourself. And this is another video showing a bit of the process. This video is from ThetaV, which is also a volumetric video capture studio around the world. And you can see they can capture someone using a set of cameras, and then it transforms the point cloud into a 3D mesh that later can be shown in AR or VR. So again, this is not an avatar made from scratch, and is also not we are not using motion capture suits or body sensors that you have to, glue on your body. Everything is done using cameras and infrared sensors, and of course, very powerful algorithms to reconstruct the data. And this is really exciting, and is being extremely fastly adopted. So in October last year, we have the first time it was possible to put this hologram on WebAR, so you don't need any special hardware to run. It can run just like visiting a website. And in July this year, and just in October, some months ago, Burger King did a gigantic campaign using a WebAR hologram, and Nike transformed their e-commerce store using WebAR holograms during the pandemic because people cannot go to the stores. So it was a good way to show as a hologram the new fashion, the new collection of clothes. And the numbers are growing really fast when it comes to AR, especially with WebAR, where you don't need anything. You just click a link on your cell phone and you can see an AR experience is very frictionless and really, really easy to check. Can you pass, please? But the problem that we face right now, and that we face and we try to solve at Sense of Space, is that making content with holograms is still really difficult and literally impossible to scale, because you really need highly specialized developers that knows how to code the data and that use the 3D tools and many external tools at the moment. So to do one project, a marketing agency or a creative agency, they need to outsource to at least 2 or 3 companies to help them coding the experience, optimizing good enough for the web, and also use another company to deploy to a web AR running an infrastructure behind that. So in the end, the prices and the time frame skyrocket, and it gets really difficult to do it. And that's mainly because creative agencies, they don't have the necessary knowledge in-house or super specialized developers. So they cannot really do it. They need to outsource. And that's the problem we want to fix. Next slide. So we are building Sense XR Studio, which is a hologram content creation tool where you can use, it's coding free. So we are not expecting people to know how to code and write scripts. And you can do everything fairly closely to the same logic that we edit videos, or the tools we use on the audiovisual field or on the more creative field. Also, if you use tools like Figma, like prototyping tools, we take a lot of that knowledge and that logic and put it on our software to work on a 3D environment. So if you go to the next slide. So this is a video. Okay, there's sound. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yeah. That was a video of our tool in action. I think on YouTube they did not listen to the music, but here we listen to it very loud, I guess, at least me. So as you can see, it's fairly easy to use and made for creatives, and with the logic that we are used to make it faster and easier to do. And we stand on three main ideas: easy editing, so no need for plugins to load your data or any external tool. You should be able to do everything seamlessly inside this one software. Also coding free, so we are doing an interactions editor where it's based on visual scripting, so like building blocks. We don't expect people to know how to really code or make scripts by writing code, and single click publishing. So we are also building up the whole infrastructure that is possible for you to press a button, sends to the cloud, and give you back a web link where you can share with everyone to check on their phones, has a WebAR hologram in an easy way. Or you can also export to Unity or the game engines if you want to do VR and build the whole world around the hologram. Next slide. This is also a very big opportunity, even on these times that we cannot go many places. So this is one example project that I like to use to talk. So Theta V, one of our partner capture studios, they actually brought the president of Israel has a WebAR hologram to give a speech to comfort the whole population of Israel, has a hologram that you can see, in your living room. And the only way they are managed to do that is because volumetric studios, they are extremely automated. So they only needed 1 or 2 technicians to push the buttons, and they don't need to even come close to the president, opposing to a normal video production where you need dozens of people in the same closed space. And unfortunately, it's all on hold now because we cannot do this on the situation we are now. But volumetric video can be done still like that because the studios are highly automated. It's a matter of pushing buttons and reconstructing the data using computers. Can go next slide. And a little bit more how our tool works. So you can load any volumetric hologram inside Sense XR Studio. We work with standards such as OBJ sequences or Alembic files, which are the standard for any tool, for example, DevKit or Breco, like a Kinect-based tool. You can export to those standard formats and also on the high-end studios. But we also support proprietary formats like 4D Views, Theta V, or Microsoft. So if you use any of those studios, you can seamlessly import the data into our software without any plugin or any hassle. Everything is implemented already there. You can go next. Next slide. And as I said, is easy editing. So the idea here, go back 1 slide. Yes. You can edit the volumetric video very close to how you edit a normal video. And we also have a full audio support, so you can load audio. So if you have an experience where you have a voiceover or your character is talking, you can do both at the same time. With the tools that people have to use now, you actually cannot do it, and it's really like a hassle to edit twice just for the audio and the video. So you can do that at the same time. And you can also use do 3D transformations, and you can, for example, capture 2 actors separately and put them in the same scene and find the best position and edit them together, or 2 or 3, or as many as your computer can handle, or also keep in mind of file sizes. Can go next slide, please. And also then we have our interactions editor, which you can make interactions without having to write code. So if you see on the picture there is a connecting blocks system where you can branch to different sequences. So you can, for example, make a starting sequence, and you can say when the user taps the hologram or comes closer to the hologram, it branches to different sequences, and you can transition quite nicely, and you start to build these interactive experiences without really having to write code too much Or if you want to do something more extreme that it's not possible to do with by building blocks, you can of course export to the game engines. And it's a scalable interaction system, so we would want to know what kind of interactions you would like to see, so we can scale up these building blocks and branching storytelling interaction system we are building. Next slide. And once you're ready, you can export, as I said, to game engines to keep working there. For example, if you're doing a VR experience, you want to build the VR world then inside the engines. Or if you are doing for a web AR, like an augmented reality experience, you can deploy straight from the software. It's going to send to our cloud, and we're going to give you back a QR code or a web link where you can share with your customers or friends, and they can check just like entering on a website. Just click or scan the QR code, and it works on any mobile device. Next. This is our journey. Right now we are on alpha release, so it's already downloadable. You can register on our website, download the software, start using. By the end of the year, we hope to have our interaction system and our web AR system at least running. And next year, beginning of next year, to be close to our beta release with our web AR publishing system up and running, and also being able to import single animations or 3D objects, so you can mix holograms with normal 3D animations. And then after beta release for our version 1.0, with everything in place and ready to make full productions using only one software without the need for any external tool. Next slide. So you can start today by visiting senseofspace.io, and you can go to join the alpha release button. You can make your account. Once you make your account, you are free to download the software, download the Unity plugin. We also have sample volumetric samples you can download. So if you don't have any capture yet, you just want to play around, you can download samples there and use inside the software, check how it works, and also check how volumetric video feels. You will see how amazing the technology is and how cool the characters look like and how realistic it is. And you can also use for pitching, you know, for getting funding to make your own volumetric videos and your own captures. So the alpha version is also free to use, so you just have to make your account and download. We just like to know what you are working on and what are your ideas to use volumetric video, so we can help you and also find how to make our features better and what we should build next according to your needs and what the creators wants to do. Next slide. That's all for me at the moment. Then I want to thank you, Helsinki XR Center. It was a pretty good ride so far with you guys, being also part of the XR Center in the very beginning, part of the first batch. And yeah, so Victor at senseofspace.io, as I said, just go there, you know, download the software, play around, check if things are working. Let us know if things are not working, and let us know what we'd like to see, you know, develop further. And yeah, we would love to hear from you and what are your ideas for volumetric videos and the future of holograms. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. Let's give a round of virtual applause once again. Fire up those clap emojis. Let's go. There. So I just heard from through the grapevine that there are no questions in the YouTube stream yet, but do we have questions in the audience now? Now is a great chance to ask about this and volumetric capture and editing, that kind of data. Any questions, just let me know.
Questions.
Questions.
No questions. This is the second VR talk I give. It's really cool.
Only second. Wow.
Yeah, like in 3D in VR.
In VR, right. Well, I guess there are no questions in the audience right now. Only somebody's just pointing me with a laser pointer, but oh wait. Is there something? Yes. Wow. There is something apparently coming from the YouTube stream, am I right? Our YouTube operators on the air. Go ahead, Santeri.
Yes, unfortunately, I don't have any questions for Victor. Thanks for the presentation. But if someone missed it in the YouTube chat, our camera lady is doing a fly-through of virtual Pavilion Finland after the last presentation. So please stay on the stream if you would like to see the area that we have created for this AltspaceVR event.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay. Well, I guess there are no questions then. So thank you very much, Victor.
Okay.
What a pleasure to have you with your amazing, interesting topic. And maybe it's time for a few closing words. I don't know what else to say than thank you for attending. It's been, I'd say, an eventful day today, and it's been very cool, and it's been very interesting finding out how to run these VR events and how people engage and what kind of experience it is. So also after the event, don't hesitate to send us feedback. We'd love to know what you think about this. And also you should probably expect more virtual events in the future as well, because this has been a blast and very, very educative experience to us and very interesting. So on behalf of our team, thank you very much to everybody. Thank you to the wonderful presenters. Thank you to our audiences. Thank you to our partners, everybody who made this possible. It's been really cool. And now I guess there will be a flyby camera shoot at the virtual Pavilion Finland. So if you wanna see that, stay on the stream, and it will begin shortly. But on my behalf, I just say thank you and bye-bye. And here are some more clap emojis. Woo! Aletaan spiikkaa vai? Okei, voimme lähteä. Okei, mennään.
Oot Janina pointteri.
Kiitti. Mun täytyy varmaan spavnaa se tuolla uudestaan. Hop. Shooting. Somebody's shooting at me. Get a laser pointer going. Yes. Yes, it's time for some fireworks. Woo! Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. More. Okay. So, let's do a bit of a flyby here. And actually, maybe the stream could lead, and I'll just fly with you, and yeah. I'll just follow and speak what comes to mind. So here, when we enter, here's our entrance to the pavilion. You can go downstairs to our partner worlds from here, or you can continue on. We have our wonderful volunteers and our info staff here, just waiting for people, and they'll be doing a brilliant job today. Thank you so much. You can also see that we have a cat there, which has no business of being there, but it's wonderful anyway. And here in the info desk, you can, of course, you can have a drink, or you can just look at the map and find out where the heck you are. You are here at the moment, and from here you can virtually go anywhere in this space. You can go downstairs to access some of the teleports that our wonderful partners have been creating. Maybe we should go and check that out. Yes, so this is our teleportation floor, which also serves as an expo area for this pavilion, because Altspace is cool because you can create your own worlds and then link them together with these teleports. So we have 17 partners in this event who have created very cool, wonderful VR worlds for everybody to explore. And what's best is that even though this is a single event, these virtual spaces will remain here linked, so you can also access them later. And the teams who created these can actually use them as meeting spaces. They can ask their, maybe their clients or their colleagues or whatever. They can ask them to come there and meet there and then discuss different things. So we see this as a possibility to facilitate very multifunctional spaces, and also try your way of creating social VR rooms for whatever purpose suits you best. Then maybe we should take like a high angle shot from outside. So if we'll fly away from this Wow, it's apparently a rookie mistake hour because, yes, I accidentally accessed went into one of the teleports. Okay, so I was out for a moment, but now I'm back in. And let's take like a high angle shot so you can appreciate the beauty of the pavilion. So we had two artists working on the pavilion. Mikko Hög and Veli-Matti Järvelä, excuse me. And they just done a wonderful job with creating this place, the centerpiece and everything. And it was, it was a few weeks of creative designing and then implementing and trying different things with the landscape and the form of the pavilion. But we also wanted to do some really how could we say it's surrealistic things. For example, these big arches and almost a Magrittean cube in the other direction there, just lying in the landscape. And one of our inspirations was of course the Finnish midnight sun in the summer, especially in Lapland, where then we mixed it up with a bit of some cherry trees and just getting a strange combination of things that are really out of place, but somehow relate to Finnish nature and all that kind of stuff. So, in addition to the teleportation floor and the main floor for networking and just hanging out, we have two special rooms here. We have the Helsinki room and we have the Oasis room. So we also, as we are Helsinki XR Center, we wanted to bring out and highlight Helsinki in all of this a bit, and just create a sort of, well, not museum space, but something that reminds us of Helsinki and kind of combines a filmic reality. So sort of a historical look and present day. So this combines aspects of time together. So what we have here are some pictures from throughout the years from Helsinki, just giving an old times vibe, and also a video with some cool archive footage.
Det är de otaliga paket med godsaker från Slaraffenlandet Sverige som resenärerna tar med sig på färden österut.
And we wanted these two rooms to be a bit secluded, so if people wanted to have a more private conversation but still remain in the public area, they could come here, and then, you know, they wouldn't be heard so far away. So this is a bit, that's why these two specialty rooms are a bit remote, and so that they are a bit more private and relaxed. Right. Shall we check out the Oasis room then? This is sort of like an episode of MTV Cribs. So, hey, what's up, dog? Welcome to my crib. So this is the Oasis room. And in here we wanted a completely different theme than from the Helsinki room, just to create two kind of impossible rooms that would still be together somehow within same spatial limitations. So we wanted to not just create a place or a space, but create an impossible space also. So we have all of a sudden a full-blown desert oasis here, where people can just, actually I cannot teleport there, so I cannot go there, but maybe I can fly. No, there seems to be a wall. No, you can get there. Okay, so there's a secret spot where you have to fly through to get in. Only the best know. That's why I can't get in. Now. Thank you. I got a tip how to do it. So why not sit here in the chair for a while by the fire and have a chat? So yeah, the idea was just to create two impossibly coinciding rooms, and this being like a desert oasis. That was the idea. And I think the guys did a wonderful job with this. I love the atmosphere. So maybe a final, yes, I think that's about it with the space. Maybe a final aerial shot of the whole space, but that's all I can really tell you. So enough of my voice now. Can just enjoy the sights. Oh yeah, and let's take a look at the aurora also, and the sky. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this little tour. And over and out, and until next time. Bye-bye.